So, good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Riverside. Welcome to day one of our commission meeting. I will turn it over to Douglas at this time for roll call and instructions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Bradshaw. Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Falcone. Commissioner Grisby.
Present.
Vice Chair Gordino. Commissioner Lugo. Commissioner Liu. Commissioner Martinez. Commissioner Norton. Present. Commissioner Tavaloni. Chair Eager.
Here.
Senator Newman. Assemblymember Friedman. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Douglas. Now we'll turn to instructions for
Thank
folks out there in internet land.
Perfect. Thank you. For those participating online, please note that because this is a two-day meeting, you will need to use a separate link to attend the meeting tomorrow. The links can be found on the first page of the meeting agenda. Please use the questions tab on the webinar if you have questions about this. The Commission's meeting agenda is located under the Handouts tab and on our website. American Sign Language translation is being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should see the translators on your screen. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we will have them returned to you as quickly as possible. For our presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translations. If you are presenting remotely, we hope you will turn on your camera during the presentation, if you have one. For members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk at the front of the room to let us know you want to comment on an item. And that's me, I'm the clerk. For those attending via GoToWebinar, you should see a webinar control panel, likely located on the right-hand side of your screen. There you'll find the raised hand feature as well as the questions tab. We encourage you to use the raise hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Alternately, you may use the questions tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda item number you are commenting on. Commission staff will read the comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee will provide a unique link and is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants as they are registered to your name and can create confusion for staff when you want to make comments. For all meeting attendees, please do your best to be concise. Please make sure your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translations. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 3 minutes or less. If for some reason we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute if needed. You may see a timer on the screen. Thank you for joining us today. We know your time is valuable and we appreciate you sharing some of it with us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Douglas. So at this time, did Ann make it back? Yeah, yay. We will have a welcome to the region. I have to say, I just 5 minutes ago, I think, got off a helicopter touring the area. Absolutely gorgeous and amazing, and the work that y'all are doing here, we can, certainly see how obstacles and opportunities that you have here in the region. So, welcome.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. Good afternoon. My name is Bob McGee, and I'm the Vice Chairman of the Riverside County Transportation Commission, more commonly known as RCTC. I'm also a council member for the beautiful city of Lake Elsinore, and it is my great honor to welcome all of you here today. While today's meeting is in Riverside, we are sharing the stage with our sister agency to the north, the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Together, our two-county region make up the Inland Empire. Our combined populations, business-friendly climate, and our geographic boundaries make us one of the fastest-growing regions in the United States. From Green River to the Colorado River, we stretch east to west nearly 200 miles. And with that great expanse comes a need for responsible transportation planning and infrastructure. SB, CTA, and RCTC are leading the way by delivering capital projects, passenger rail and transit service to a diverse and highly mobile population. Both agencies have worked together on a video highlighting several of our most recent accomplishments, milestones which would not be possible without your ongoing support.
We are the Inland Empire, the two-county Riverside and San Bernardino region, home to 4.5 million people. We are the 12th most populous metro area in the U.S. and in the top 5 in growth nationwide. This growth is the result of the region's affordable living combined with the 300,000 new housing units required to meet the state's housing plan. Spanning 27,000 square miles, the Inland Empire is on the move. We are moving people, we are moving goods, we are moving our local, state, and national economy forward. And working together, the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority and the Riverside County Transportation Commission are moving the needle to deliver more mobility options than ever before. New public transit opportunities are here. In October, SBCTA opened its Aero passenger rail service, providing a new way for East Valley residents to connect to Southern California. Concurrently, SBCTA is delivering the first self-powered, zero-emission rail vehicles in North America that could transform rail travel. SBCTA is also supporting the development of the Brightline West high-speed rail service from the high desert that will offer a much-needed transit alternative for travel through the Cajon Pass. Across the county line, RCTC certified its Tier 1 environmental studies for Coachella Valley Rail, a planned 144-mile passenger rail service between Los Angeles and the Coachella Valley. This certification clears a path for in-depth environmental studies to advance this daily intercity rail service to final design and construction. Both counties supported and promoted Metrolink passenger rail use with 50% discounts on all tickets and passes for riders with valid EBT cards, making transit more accessible. RCTC and SBCTA are also working to improve community access to rail stations. In Riverside County, RCTC is upgrading the Moreno Valley Marchfield Station, the Corona North Main Station, and the Riverside Downtown Station. In San Bernardino County, SBCTA looks to further transit attractiveness by linking Metrolink to Ontario International Airport via a subterranean autonomous shuttle that enhances connectivity while minimizing disruption to local circulation. Together, the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles make up one of the largest port systems in the world. The Inland Empire is the gateway to America, with nearly 70% of imported goods heading outside California, traveling through our two counties. Our residents carry the burden to support this national economic engine with added traffic congestion, greenhouse gas emissions, safety conflicts from non-grade separated corridors, and noise pollution. These issues also greatly affect our disadvantaged communities that line these freight corridors. RCTC and SBCTA are sensitive to these impacts and continue to ensure residents have a voice in transportation decision-making. This allows the agencies to deliver critically needed projects to keep goods and people moving. The Inland Empire is getting it done. RCTC is excited to have delivered 5 capital projects in 2022. The Route 60 truck lanes, the 91 Corridor Operations Project, the I-15 Iterim Corridor Operations Project, the I-15 Railroad Canyon Road Interchange, and the I-215 Placentia Avenue Interchange. The projects are helping residents move safely and efficiently to jobs, school, and leisure pursuits. In San Bernardino County, SBCTA is finishing the I-10 Express Lanes project and widening of State Route 210, constructing new bridges in San Bernardino and Barstow, as well as 15 interchanges throughout the San Bernardino Valley. Construction continues in the Inland Empire on the I-10 express lanes in San Bernardino County and the 1591 express lanes connector in Riverside County. These design-build projects represent investments that will generate revenue for long-term operations, maintenance, and future improvements along these heavily traveled corridors. Express lanes also help manage traffic demand through pricing, reduce air pollution, and offer express buses for more reliable public transit. RCTC marked 5 years of operations of its 91 express lanes in March and 1 year of operations of its 15 express lanes in April. SBCTA and RCTC work collaboratively to promote ride-sharing through our IE commuter program, which encourages carpooling, vanpooling, public transit use, bicycling, and walking to work. During 2022, IE commuter participants realized significant savings in solo driving costs and greenhouse gas emissions, helping to make our region a better place to live and work. As self-help counties, RCTC and SBCTA are meeting the commitments made to voters through our local dedicated sales tax measures, ensuring transportation funding is available for local transportation projects across our communities. SBCTA and RCTC continue to be at the forefront of transportation solutions. Our region is resourceful, and partnerships will be important to meet the challenges ahead. We are working together at the regional, state, and federal levels to bring new transportation investments to inland Southern California. Even with the great progress made in our region, Inland Empire residents still deal with traffic congestion, impacts of goods movement, and limited mobility options impacting access to jobs and quality of living. There is a lot to be proud of in the Inland Empire. Our communities are vibrant, our economy is strong, our future is bright as we continue to partner to deliver innovative transportation solutions for our region.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you. Long time no see.
Long time no see. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Ann Mayer, the Executive Director of the Riverside County Transportation Commission. Welcome to Riverside, Secretary Omashakan. It's nice to see you again as well. We are honored to recognize that this building stands on the ancestral lands of the Cahuilla and Los Sueño people, as well as the native communities known as the Kizh, Tongva, and Gabrielano. Riverside County has a rich and diverse history of native tribes and indigenous people dating back to the 19th century. Today there remains 12 sovereign tribes in Riverside County. We are proud to maintain strong ties and support for our tribal governments. One example here at RCTC and with the Western County Regional Conservation Authority is through our efforts to include tribes in land use and conservation discussions regarding land of cultural significance. We know that tribal organizations contribute immensely to the success of our economy, culture, and quality of life, and look forward to continuing to build upon these relationships.
Thank you, Ann, and again, welcome to Riverside County, but the Inland Empire as well. San Bernardino County, which I'm here to represent, is just to the north of you. My name is Ray Wolf. I'm the Executive Director of the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, and Ann briefly talked about where this meeting is actually being conducted on ancestral lands. You also have in front of you a piece of paper that identifies all of the tribes in the two counties. And so without further ado, Ann and I are available to answer any questions.
Yes, Commissioner Norton.
I wanted to also highlight and ask you to talk a little bit more about how your area is the vanguard for a lot of the zero emission and other hydrogen investments, because that's been very, very impressive as we've been following the work with CAPDI and moving towards cleaner transportation systems.
So thank you for that, Commissioner Norton. Yes, I'm really excited. In fact, I was in Berlin in the middle of September for the unveiling of the first self-contained zero-emission passenger rail vehicle in North America. Wow. I was in Berlin, though, because it was manufactured in Switzerland, and it's now actually being tested in Germany and Switzerland before it's delivered here. And as you may recall, you guys have helped us to deliver a 9-mile extension to the Metrolink system that we call the Aero system. That system is now operational using diesel multiple units. Slightly a different passenger rail vehicle than what we traditionally run on the Metrolink system. Metrolink is operating this system. But when we started the environmental on that process, the community said, this, we want something new. We want something innovative. We want something different than what you run in the Metrolink system. And so, looking at this diesel multiple unit vehicle, the way the system was set up, it was ideally suited for us to look at prototyping a conversion to a zero emission rail vehicle. And what's really exciting is this vehicle can operate on the existing Metrolink tracks, right? So once we finish proofing this, we expect in 2024 to have this vehicle operating on that 9-mile track, and eventually could operate throughout the entire Metrolink system, could operate on Caltrain, VTA's system, anywhere where the traditional passenger rail or freight vehicles operate. The vehicle is primarily powered by hydrogen fuel cells, but we also, because there's significant elevation changes throughout Southern California, we do have a battery pack in there to capture regenerated braking energy. The other thing I'm excited about is we're working with Brightline, which is a private railroad company that comes out of East Florida, actually, the coastline of Florida, that is looking to build a zero-emission rail connection between Rancho Cucamonga and Las Vegas. So bringing high-speed rail to Southern California soon.
And I appreciate that you highlighted the express lanes and what a benefit that has been to the community. Can you talk a little bit about the express lanes and zero-emission buses and the ways that you're also using express lanes to help improve air quality?
Sure, thank you. One of the things we're really proud of here in the Inland Empire is in both counties, as well as our neighbors to the west in Orange County, where we've seen express lanes as a really important tool to not only be able to manage demand, but also to be able to provide a reliable, consistent, feasible, and affordable commuter bus system. So RCTC opened our 91 express lanes 5 years ago, so we've been in operations for 5 years on the 91. Interstate 15 express lanes, the first 15 miles opened in 2021. We'll be extending north into San Bernardino County with our partners here in San Bernardino, and also going south as well. So we believe that the express lane system, which is working very, very well, is providing us with additional opportunities for van pool, ride share, car share, but most importantly for us, and it was proven almost right after we opened on the 91, RTA, Riverside Transit Agency, has a Route 200. So from San Bernardino down into multiple locations in Orange County, Anaheim, and Irvine, those commuter buses are full. They were full, going in both directions, less than $3 one way, with a reliable, predictable trip. So we believe that the Inland Empire Express Lane Network, and to a larger scale, the SCAG Region Express Lane Network in San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange, and Los Angeles counties is really essential to future mobility, especially when we're talking about our ability to use commuter buses, rapid buses as a way of moving more people at an affordable price.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And maybe just really quickly, because it was something that we just talked about while we were up in our helicopter, the importance of your truck lanes with all of the warehousing and the products going in and out of this area. Looking down and seeing how quickly the rest of the freeway was moving with the truck lanes involved.
Certainly. So one of the biggest challenges we have in the Inland Empire is the fact that 70% of the nation's goods coming in and out of the ports of LA and Long Beach flow through the Inland Empire on either the road or either on rail. So the truck volumes, especially in the past couple of years, the truck volumes have been particularly significant. So in addition to our communities bearing the burden of the warehousing that's being, constructed at this point, and even some of the longer term warehousing that's been there, but our communities are bearing the burden of the impacts of traffic congestion, the air quality impacts, the equity conversations about whether neighborhoods should be right next to a warehouse are really, really significant right now. So we need to find solutions. One of the things that we recently did, RCTC, in partnership with Caltrans, so it was a joint project using funding from local sales tax measure, the STIP, the SHOP, as well as some federal formula dollars. We just built truck lanes, a truck ascending lane and a truck descending lane for the entire length of an area we call the Badlands. It had been 2 lanes each direction. It was lots of curves, steep grade on that corridor in an area where the truck volumes are very, very heavy. We just completed that this year. The truck lanes are open. There are dedicated truck lanes for going uphill as well as downhill. And we believe that dedicated truck lanes can be an important addition to the network from a capacity standpoint. So we've got to wrestle with the challenges we have here related to goods movement. It's more than just a Riverside and San Bernardino issue. It's a Southern California issue, and it's a California issue. We've got a supply chain that's important to move through here, and so we're looking at any solution we can to make a difference for our communities as well as for people and actually to move the goods through the area. Anything else to add,
Thank you.
Ray?
It was coincidental. We were up there flying, and I said, "What do you think about truck lanes?" And she said, "Well, let me show you." And we flew over it, so, and we did see it.
You did.
Yeah, thank you so much. Who?
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
so
much.
much.
And I do need to acknowledge Commissioner Tavaloni walked in the room, and so, sir, I hope we represented the Inland Empire sufficiently. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll turn it back over to Doug for the approval of the commission meeting minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tab 3 is the minutes for the October 3rd special meeting, as well as the October 17th and 18th regularly scheduled commission meeting. And tab 4 is the commission meetings for compensation. Staff recommends your approval.
Do I have a motion?
approve.
Second, Martinez?
Was that Davis moving? Okay, thank you.
Bradshaw and then.
Oh, Bradshaw. Okay, well, didn't hear. And Martinez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now, it is time. Mitch Weiss, Director Weiss, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As I begin my report, I'd like to thank Councilmember McGee and Mayor and Ray Wolf for welcoming us to the Inland Empire. We always appreciate their hospitality and that of Commissioner Tavaloni. We've had a busy couple of months since the Commission last met, which has been a fitting conclusion to a busy year. Last month, I attended an event at the border with Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg celebrating the Otay Mesa East Port of Entry project's recent $150 million federal grant award. The Commission funded pre-construction for this project in 2 cycles of the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, and it's rewarding to see the federal government make this investment in our state's good movement network. With all the federal funding opportunities available under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Commission is in a critical position as a funding partner to use our funding programs to help leverage these federal funds. To that end, pursuant to the policy on support letters the Commission adopted in October, I've submitted support letters on behalf of 4 agencies seeking federal funds. The Kern Council of Governments for their State Route 58 truck climbing lanes project, the San Diego Association of Governments for the Sorrento to Miramar double track project, the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments for the US 101 multimodal corridor project, and the Trans-Bay Joint Powers Authority for the Downtown Rail Extension project. In November, I attended the Focus on the Future conference and spoke on a panel about state and federal funding programs. It was great to see so many familiar faces and to discuss the opportunities available to our state. Congratulations to Keith Dunn and the Self-Help Counties on another successful conference. I also attended the California Transit Association's annual conference. Here too, it was great to connect with our colleagues and to hear about the successes and challenges facing some of our transit partners. Congratulations to Michael Pimentel and the Transit Association on a successful conference. Later today, we'll hear from Michael on the needs of transit operators going into 2023. A few weeks ago, I attended the ribbon cutting of the newly modernized Powell Street Muni and BART station. As California continues to recover from the pandemic, Muni, BART, and other transit agencies face an uphill climb to return to sustainable ridership levels. In keeping with the theme of a more efficient multimodal transportation system, we'll also hear today from Brian Kelly on the latest developments from the California High-Speed Rail Authority. Commissioners, as this is our last meeting of 2022, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on what the commission has accomplished in a busy year. 1 year ago here in Riverside, the commission discussed pursuing a significant augmentation for our heavily oversubscribed active transportation program. Today, a year later, having received a $1 billion general fund augmentation, we'll be recommending approval of $1 billion of active transportation projects across the state, our largest program of projects ever. That's over $850 million for the statewide component, over $170 million in funding for the small urban and rural component, with the Metropolitan Planning Organization component coming forward in June. This accomplishment is due to the persistent advocacy for additional active transportation funding in the state budget, as well as the tireless efforts of our active transportation program team, Lori Waters, Beverly Newman Burkhart, and Alika Changizi, and our many volunteer evaluators. I want to recognize the efforts of our team with a quote from one local agency who said, "The virtual site meeting that Lori and her team did was really the turning point for the city in terms of understanding how to develop an application that could be successful in receiving state ATP funds." Although we're recommending an incredible amount of funding today, I know some agencies won't be receiving what they had hoped. I encourage you to work closely with our staff to prepare for Cycle 7. I also want to encourage those agencies and others to help us in our efforts to secure more funding for the active transportation program on a permanent basis. This time last year, Commission staff was early in the process of implementing actions laid out in the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, or CAPTI. Now, a year later, we have successfully implemented all of the short-term CAPTI strategies, including climate-focused updates on our SB1 competitive program guidelines. The application windows for those programs closed in the last few weeks. Today, we'll hear an update from staff on the applications that we've received. We're also in the process of standing up a new climate-focused program, the Local Transportation Infrastructure Climate Adaptation Project Program, created in this year's budget. Staff has held 3 workshops to inform development of the guidelines. We anticipate circulating discussion draft guidelines later this month and bringing draft guidelines to the Commission in January and for adoption in March. At last year's December Commission meeting, we heard initial presentations from other agencies on their experiences implementing equity advisory bodies. A year later, after many fruitful discussions with our Equity Advisory Roundtable, advocates, and members of the public, we've established our own interagency equity advisory committee with Caltrans and the State Transportation Agency. We'll be having an informal introductory meeting of the committee next week, with the committee's first formal meeting to occur at the beginning of the year. On a related topic, we'll have an update tomorrow on the implementation of the Federal Justice 40 initiative in California. These accomplishments are highlighted in the Commission's 2022 annual report to the legislature, which staff will be presenting for approval later today. The report includes the Commission's accomplishments over the past fiscal year, including allocating $7.5 billion to projects across the state, which will create over 80,000 jobs. It also includes several policy recommendations to the legislature that will help the state continue to move towards meeting its goals of creating a safer, more equitable transportation system. I'd also like to provide a brief update on our Local Streets and Roads program. December 1st was the deadline for cities and counties to submit expenditure reports. We have received 533 of the 539 reports due. We're continuing to work with the last 6 jurisdictions to ensure we receive the data. Of those 533 reports, we've approved 316. Based on these preliminary approved reports, those cities and counties have spent more than $900 million in Local Streets and Roads program funds on nearly 3,100 projects. Commissioners, I have a few staffing updates to report. Casey Handren has joined the Commission as our Deputy Director for Administration and Fiscal Management. She has almost 22 years of state service experience and joins us from Caltrans, where she most recently served as the project manager overseeing Caltrans's transition to the state's new accounting system. Many thanks to Doug Remedios for serving as the acting deputy while we filled this position. Petty Schechner has joined our administration team as a retired annuitant. Before retiring, Peggy served as Caltrans's Chief of Chief of Services Contract and as the Chief of Contracts at the High Speed Rail Authority. Sherry Zamora has taken on the role of Acting Assistant Deputy Director for Transportation Planning, where she will help lead the Commission's multimodal planning and equity work. Sherry joined the Commission in September 2020 as a member of the Local Streets and Roads team, and this year has been a part of the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program team. Kayla Giese has been promoted to the SB 671 Coordinator and will be also assisting in the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. Kayla joined the Commission in February 2020 as a member of the Local Partnership Program team and has also assisted other SB1 programs, including assisting in the current update of the SB1 Accountability and Transparency Guidelines. Finally, this is Gurtej Patal's last meeting as Commission staff. Gurtej, who joined the Commission's engineering team in May 2020, recently accepted a commission with Caltrans as a project manager in District 3. While we're sorry to see Gurtej leave the Commission, we know we will benefit from his outstanding work at Caltrans. We wish him the best of luck and look forward to working with him in his new role, although not seeing supplemental funds requests. And definitely not post-fact time extension.
How many people do we get in the trade with Caltrans?
Commissioners, that sums up the past few weeks of activity. I'll end my report with a brief look ahead for next year. It's clear the needs for transportation funding will remain great in 2023 and beyond, and by every indication, California will not be enjoying the budget surpluses we've experienced in recent years. The Air Resources Board recently reported that 2020 saw the largest drop in greenhouse gas emissions since the state has tracked that metric, due in large part to the impacts of the pandemic on vehicle miles traveled. As vehicle miles traveled rebound, it's imperative that we continue to make investments that support the deployment of zero-emission vehicles while continuing to work towards sustainable transportation funding solutions that do not share the volatility of the gas tax. To those ends, the Commission staff will be focused on our efforts to support the new road charge pilot program authorized by SB 339, continuing our work on the SB 671 Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment, and preparing the state and local transportation system needs assessment created under SB 1121, as well as continuing our implementation of CAPTI. In the meantime, we will continue to work closely with our state, local, and regional partners to ensure California gets the most out of its transportation dollars and to use those dollars to also leverage funding opportunities at the federal level. That concludes my report. Any questions? Anybody still awake?
We're all here, yes. So I had previously said, do we need to vote on it? But since we have all decided that Gurtej is not leaving, I guess we'll vote not to accept your report. With that, we will move on to commissioner reports. And before I ask my fellow commissioners if they have anything, I just want to say a couple of quick things. First, I want to make sure that we thank our gracious host, Commissioner Tavallone. Thank you so much for welcoming us again into your home. We always love coming here, so thank you so much. And thank you for arranging this morning for those of us who got to tour your area by air. That was wonderful. Just a couple of quick things. One thing that we have all been doing as commissioners is going through equity training for the last month. We have been together for 3 hours at a time, and then doing additional coaching, coming back together for 3 hours, additional coaching. It has been an amazing experience, I know, from my personal standpoint and from hearing from other commissioners. And we certainly want to continue this as we move forward. So we want to thank the commission staff for certainly setting that up for us and arranging that. And to give you instruction that this is not the end. We would like to continue this as we move forward. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and hopefully from all of us. And so thank you. Also quickly, we also, I wanted to thank Congresswoman Napolitano for putting together the meeting regarding Highway 39 that has sort of been stuck for 40 years. We learned what those issues were. We talked about what we need to do moving forward. Thank you, Commissioner Martinez, for bringing that to our attention. That's something we need to bring back up to the forefront and see how we can move that forward. So thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing what will be brought to us in the future. And I think we did a kickstart. So thank you. Do we have any other commissioners who would like to speak? Yes, Commissioner Norton.
I did. During the same time, Metro, their express lanes had celebrated its 10th anniversary of the Metro Express lanes, and I'm very pleased to say that that was a very fun event where we also talked about how we're moving people better along those express lanes. And what is interesting is that the 2 lanes that are moving people through buses and carpools and others are moving the same amount of people as the 4 general purpose lanes in each direction. So that was pretty interesting. In addition, along with that, just on Monday, I got to ride in the maiden voyage of the hydrogen bus for Foothill Transit. And what was really exciting about that is they're adding 3 buses to the fleet, and that hydrogen fuel cell is going to be part of its fleet of electric and hydrogen. And with the express lanes, the entire Silver Line, which runs from El Monte down to the port, is going all electric. So it was very exciting. And for people who don't know, one of the features of the express lanes on the 10 and the 110 was a net toll policy of funding community programs. And one of the community programs that was highlighted is we would not have a Metro bike share program if not for the first $5 million coming from toll revenue. So I look forward to the discussion with Michael Pimentel, because we at CTC want to see more express lanes getting implemented and those net tolls and others being able to use for transit operations and moving these high quality, zero emission transit options that I think the express lanes are so known for. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Norton. I'm always excited when I hear hydrogen. I've been a hydrogen fuel cell fan for about 10 years when they used to call it a unicorn. So I'm glad it's turned into reality. We see that moving forward. Vice Chair Gardino, welcome.
Chair Eager and colleagues and stakeholders in the room, as well as watching us online. I just want to apologize. I am a stickler for promptness. I flew in from DC this morning to LAX, and then a cab. And if anyone can guess how much that cab ride was from LAX, I will split the bill with you. But I do want to apologize. I hate missing even a moment of our commission meetings, and felt you deserved an explanation as to why I was late.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Me too. Me too.
Cab, wow. That's dedication, right? That's dedication. Anyone else have any comments? Okay, well, thank you. Then at this time, I will turn it. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now, we will turn it over to Secretary Omishakin. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Eager, for the warm welcome, and Vice Chair Gardino as well. Thank you. The Director of Caltrans sitting next to me is volunteering to split that bill with you to help things continue to move forward with the commission if need be. Commissioners, stakeholders in the public, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to be a part of this particular CTC meeting. Happy holidays to everybody, and a Merry Christmas ahead. Glad everybody has been able to make it out to this commission meeting very safely. If I could sum up 2022 in 2 words, I would say, as far as our space goes, the work that we do in transportation, I would say it's best summed up by saying we made remarkable investments. Remarkable investments. And a lot of you in the room today, whether you're local government, nonprofit, federal partners, other state partners, you've helped to make that remarkable investment happen. So a major kudos to you and congratulations on what I think was a very successful 2022. I want to start off those highlighting those remarkable investments by if you could go to the next slide, showcasing what Director Weiss already mentioned in his presentation. On November 18th, I traveled to San Diego to join U.S. Transportation Secretary Buttigieg, Deputy Secretary Trottenberg, and many from our California delegation to celebrate and highlight the largest infra grant in the country, $150 million going to the Otay Mesa Port of Entry. I was joined by also part of that delegation was the Lieutenant Governor, Mayor Gloria, the SANDAG Director, Commissioner Falcone. It's good to see you there that day, and Director Weiss as well. When this project is completed in 2 years, it will improve the opportunity or the ability for commercial motor vehicles to safely traverse the border. It will alleviate supply chain bottlenecks, speed up movement of goods, and ultimately reduce cost for all people. That's what this is ultimately about. It will mean the fourth port of entry between Mexico and California. It will also include a new inspection facility for commercial trucks, 10 new lanes for incoming vehicles, state-of-the-art inspection equipment, zero-emission vehicle charging, state-of-the-art technology designed to make the entire operation safer and more efficient. Big picture again here, improving lives. That's ultimately what this investment and project is about. And many kudos to District 11. I see the District 11 director here, Gustavo, he and his team for all the work, and Director Tavares again for all the work that they're doing with SANDAG on this particular project. Next slide. So I mentioned summing up the year as remarkable investments. A lot of those investments were made possible through IIJA. And on November 15 of just last month, we celebrated the anniversary of IIJA. But IIJA meant $14 billion. So far this year, I should say, within the first year of IIJA, we've received $14 billion in federal money that will go to improve roads, bridges, public transportation, electric vehicles, ports, and waterways. But in addition to that $14 billion from IIJA, part of that remarkable investment is an additional $15 billion that Governor Newsom and the state legislature were able to get passed and move forward in this most recent budget cycle. These record levels of state and federal investments have created or helped sustain more than 17,000 jobs in our state. In addition to the Otay Mesa Port of Entry project that I just mentioned, just a few highlights of some of the other projects if you're not familiar with them. $104 million is going to LA Metro to purchase 160 new buses, electric buses, I should say, and charging equipment. $36.6 million will go to the Port of Oakland to construct a 25-acre off-dock container support facility with battery storage and charging stations. More than 49 million, or roughly 49 million, I should say, will go to the California High-Speed Rail to advance multiple projects that they're working on. And CEO Kelly is here today. He may highlight some of those projects as well. $20 million also going to the Port of LA to construct a railroad grade separation that will eliminate significant truck bottlenecks. So a lot of investment from IIJA. It is creating a lifetime of opportunity for us in this state. I think this period is the most opportune time that we've ever had as far as investments go. Looking ahead, there are more federal funding opportunities that are potentially going to come our way. The Reconnecting Communities program, Reconnecting Communities pilot program, which will provide $1 billion over 5 years, is something that we are paying a lot of attention to. I know there were several applications from California. This program is roughly $200 million a year. In a sign of the unique federal, state, and policy alignment, California also we have our own version of this Reconnecting Communities program. It's called the Highways to Boulevard pilot program that Caltrans is leading. The governor has proposed and set aside $150 million for this program, almost to the same level that the federal government has as well. So far, just to highlight how important these investments are, or how well we have done in this very first year of IIJA, we've received $1.3 billion in competitive and discretionary money to our state. $1.3 billion. That's roughly $100 million a month coming into our state for infrastructure investments. So major kudos again to both local, state, and federal partners for helping to make that happen. Next slide. So I want to briefly highlight two of our of the core 4 priorities for our state. I want to highlight 2 of those real quick, and I want to start off with climate action and some of the activities there, including 2 recent trips to Japan and Egypt. But starting off first with TRRCP, it's a $4 billion, rather I should say, we have $4 billion in funding that's moving forward as a part of the Cycle 6 project. Also moving forward in recent months is $1.2 billion for the Port and Freight Infrastructure Program. We discussed this program in detail at the last meeting. We are planning to announce the awards for this Port and Freight Infrastructure Program in 3 months, at some point in the month of March. But just to highlight some of the efforts around TRRCP a little bit more, and this $4 billion for Cycle 6. This Cycle 6 also includes $350 million out of that $4 billion that's been set aside for high priority grade separation projects, projects that I know are important in a region like this with so many goods moving through the area. At least $900 million will go to supplement existing TRCP projects in both Southern California and the rest of the state, for a minimum of $1.8 billion going to existing projects. Let me just clarify that, or restate that, if you will. $1.8 billion in total out of that $4 billion has been set aside for existing TRCP projects across the state for one reason or another, whether it be cost-related issues, inflation-related issues, or different phases of projects. $1.8 billion has been set aside for that. As far as new projects go, we are going to announce on February 10, we're going to announce applications for those new projects, and we expect awards to be announced on April 24th. For existing projects, we expect to announce those awards on January 31st. So we are around the corner for that. The deadline to submit projects for existing projects was just yesterday, was December 6th. So a lot happening in the TRCP space and for the ports and freight funding in our state as well. Now to these 2 recent trips, one a trip to Japan. I think part of what's happening this year as well is many of us in this room, as we are recovering from the pandemic, coming up from the pandemic, we've been involved in a lot of stakeholder and partnership engagement and a lot of travel. And for me in particular, I made a trip just a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, as a part of a California delegation to a very fast-paced study tour focused on climate change policies, specifically highlighting hydrogen fuel and nuclear power. And of course, as well, issues related to rail travel. This educational week was sponsored by the independent nonprofit California Foundation on the Environment and Economy, also known as CFE. It allowed me to examine Japan's bullet train, the high-speed rail system, and learn about Tokyo's affordable housing policies and Japan's overall climate agenda. While I was visiting Tokyo, Nagoya, and Osaka, my tours included the U.S. Embassy, Toyota and Mitsubishi headquarters, and for the first time, I got a chance to ride on a Shinkansen high-speed rail. This experience renewed my passion and enthusiasm for the future of high-speed rail right here in our state. The task before us is no doubt challenging, but again, after seeing what they've been able to do over the last 5 to 6 decades, I very much believe we can get it done in California as well. Also, the other trip was COP27, the Conference of Parties to the United Nations. It was held in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt just last month. I did not get a chance to make this trip, but Darwin Mosavi from our agency, he's Deputy Secretary for Environment Protection and Housing. He was able to make the trip and represent our agency and transportation for our state. He was able to attend several important discussions and meetings, and I'll just mention a couple of them here. But he was on a panel for the California and China Institute from UC Berkeley. Darwin was able to highlight the state's ambitious zero-emission vehicle policies and the successes we've had to date on CAPTI. He also sat on at an event hosted by AREP and the Climate Rate Registry, where he discussed strategies for realizing equitable and resilient decarbonized communities and engaged with panelists from the Natural Resources Defense Council and U.S. Department of Energy and SoCal Edison. From all accounts, it was a very successful meeting and trip to Egypt. Some of the other entities he engaged with included British Columbia Ministry of Environment and the Climate Change Strategy of New South Wales, and the Executive Director for Climate Change and Sustainability there. All continents were represented at COP27 in Egypt this year, except Antarctica. So again, a very successful COP27 conference for 2022. Next slide. Broadband is also remains one of the key priorities that we at the agency will be focused on, and we can't do this work without the partnership from other major stakeholders in the state. In particular, Government of Operations Secretary Amy Tung, and Infrastructure Advisor to the Governor Antonio Villaraigosa, and I, we talk about and engage on issues related to bridging the digital divide in the state very often. Just in October, I spoke at an event in Poway, San Diego to celebrate the first installation of fiber for the state's middle mile broadband network. This exciting undertaking emerged from Governor Newsom's approval of the historic broadband legislation from July of 2021. Excuse me. The Senate Bill 156 established the framework for planning, design, construction, and operation of the statewide open access broadband middle mile network. $6 billion of investment has been set aside over 3 years specifically for broadband in our state. $3.25 billion of that will go to develop, acquire, and construct, maintain, and operate a statewide open access middle mile network for the state. $2.75 billion of that money is set aside for the last mile infrastructure that will be run through the CPUC. We are committed to this broadband initiative and to delivering the middle mile infrastructure to meet the needs of and connect communities across our state. CDT, CPUC, the third-party administrator, Caltrans, and the Department of Finance, as you see on your screen, are the lead entities in this effort, and we look forward to what they're going to be able to help deliver for the people of the state as we continue to focus on what is a new form of transportation, a new digital highway that we're calling broadband. Next slide. The last policy item I want to highlight is equity. And I was in D.C., in Washington, D.C., in October to celebrate an event or to sign on to a pledge with an organization called Equity in Infrastructure Project, EIP. I was joined by 5 other state transportation CEOs from the District of Columbia, Illinois, Kansas, Louisiana, and Michigan to join this historic pledge to make sure underutilized businesses, or hubs, as we call them, get an opportunity, a real strong opportunity to be a part of IIJA. This pledge, EIP, defines hubs as firms or companies formally designated as disadvantaged businesses enterprises, also known as DBEs, and minority-owned and women-owned business enterprises. I was excited to be a part of this sign-on. As you can see, this was held at the Capitol with several other leaders in state and federal government there, including leaders from USDOT and the White House joining this initiative. It very much falls in line with the California for All outlook that Governor Newsom has, and the Justice 40 initiative that President Biden has also put in place. I know at the last meeting you heard from California Division Administrator Vince Mamano on Justice 40. In this particular meeting, you will also hear from Deputy Secretary Avatar Barnea on further details on what we are doing around Justice 40 at some point during this month's meeting. Again, I want to say a major thank you to all of you in the room today. This year can be, again, best described from my account as a year of remarkable investments, and a lot of those investments wouldn't have happened without all of your hard work. But I am hoping that 2023 is a year that we will call a year of remarkable implementation. We have the money finally now. We've been asking for money for the last several years for the federal government to step up and do its part. They've done that. The state, we in state government, we have now stepped up as well as state legislature. Governor Newsom, we have remarkable level of funding, $14 billion in state funding. Now we're charged with making sure 2023 is a year of remarkable implementation as well. So I look forward to the leadership of the CTC and many of you in this room to help make sure that implementation happens. Thank you. I would love to take any questions if there's time for such.
Thank you, Secretary Omishakin, and thank you for sharing the transformative and exciting projects and plans that we have in coming in the next few years. You know, one of the things that we talked about all the time, right, is the stars have aligned. We're getting ready to really take off. I mean, we've already done some wonderful things together. These next few years are going to really where we put our money where our mouth is, right, and move forward. So thank you so much for sharing those. And we certainly look forward to a partnership moving forward to make sure that the people of the state of California have the best of the best. And I did ride that train in Japan also, but we can do better, right, Brian? Where's Brian? We can do better than that one. But yes, those are obviously great projects that we have moving forward. So do we have any questions from my fellow commissioners or comments for the Secretary? Yes, Commissioner Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for a wonderful update, and congratulations for such a remarkable year to us all. It's been quite the year, and look forward to the implementation of all the projects. Just back on your update on TIRCP and the $4 billion, that's really exciting, and look forward to the projects that respond and try to access this funding. We're going to be hearing an update, a couple items from now on transit operations. How do we reconcile all this wonderful projects that we're funding and building to actually maintaining and operating the very projects that we'll be contemplating?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Falcone. Look, I think, I just mentioned and highlighted all those billions of investments that has come into our space. If there's one particular area that I would say we probably all of us here need to be paying a lot of attention to is what many are calling this transit operations cliff that we're potentially about to face as a state. And I think everybody understands what's happened with the fact that the pandemic hit, people start riding transit, and the rebound hasn't been as quick as we would have hoped it would have been. The C in the word, the acronym TRCP, that the C word in there means capital. So the program is specifically set up to address capital issues in transit. But there's no doubt, state-wise, federal-wise, we need to do something here. And I've had multiple discussions this week, mostly internal, not with transit operators yet, but I'm looking forward to, within the next month or so, engaging in more detailed conversation on what we as a state can do. And if there are any commissioners who are interested in being a part of that conversation, I'll gladly make sure that you become a part of it. But we're paying attention to this cliff that is there, because many transit agencies are saying they don't have the operation dollars to be able to sustain them in the long run. Okay. They're good for now, but in the long run, it's looking bleak. So we're paying attention to this. Thank you for that important question, Commissioner Falcone.
Thank you, Secretary. And when you have those meetings, I would be one that would be interested. I had a meeting this week with the transit operators in the Bay Area, the 27 different groups that come together and say, how can we do this bigger and better? And certainly that's their largest issue is, how do we have money for operations? How do we be able to move forward? So when you have those, I would certainly be glad to be on those calls and would like to do that. So Commissioner Norton, I think you also had a question?
Yes, I did. And I would like to also be added, Secretary Omashakin, on the issue about the operations fiscal cliff and the possibility of how expanding an express lanes network can also be a contributor to improving road quality and moving forward on our operations and new bus conversions, because better road quality then means better operations in the zero emission and hydrogen buses. I wanted to also add, when you were talking about the Middle Mile project, when I tell people about the fact that with CalSTA and Caltrans that there will be 10,000 miles of broadband, it just blows people's mind. I mean, I say, pay attention. This is our Hoover Dam in terms of what we're doing, and especially because access to broadband, not only for education, but even as we're looking at our charging networks and trying to make sure we can access information to run new technology, this is so extraordinary. And in our joint meeting last meeting, we talked about whether or not it would be possible, while you're permitting that 10,000 miles, to also consider whether there could be hydrogen or other, a 3-inch pipe, other conveyance, because this is such an extraordinary and powerful feat of permitting and just expansion of broadband. I want to really pull that out and talk about it, because this is something that really California needs to be so proud of. And I just want to thank you for your leadership there, and to talk about whether it can also be an expansion in our zero emission and hydrogen networks.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Norton. Look, I've done nothing here. This is a lot of state leaders recognizing how important this digital, or we're calling it a digital highway, is for the people of the state. From everything from healthcare to education, on and on and on. what this potentially means. But the part that I'm excited about the most in this is the point you're making, which is Caltrans, CDT, and many other entities are having regular conversations on how to streamline the delivery of this. 10,000 miles, $3.25 billion, but, people are waiting. And some of the sort of foresight and thinking ahead on this has gone so far as to say, why not use a dig once policy and make sure that as we are out there doing work, are there other opportunities to add key components of infrastructure, whether it be for hydrogen or whatever else it may be, as we're doing those projects. So I'm just excited about the high level of coordination and partnering that we're doing. We're not just out there just doing this as Caltrans or CDT. I showed that image earlier. Those 6 entities are all having frequent discussion about how to deliver not only the broadband, but other possible tools that we can put in place as well. So it's, again, remarkable investment. Now we got to go make it happen, right? Director Tavares.
Remarkable.
Absolutely.
Vice Chair Gardino?
Thank you, Chair Eager and immediate past Chair Norton. Excellent points. What an opportunity we have as a state. And I want to commend our Secretary, Tokso Mashakan. He invested quite a bit of time on a call with me just last week on my day job on this very issue. What an opportunity we have to serve our state better with 10,000 miles, with that middle mile challenge that we have, that Caltrans and others are leading. Thank you, Director Tavares, for that. I'm equally excited about the last mile that the CPUC will be helping to drive forward. Putting it in human terms, as we try to build out to both, for our state, Governor Newsom's goals of every household having reliable broadband, and our country, President Biden and Congress, wanting the same through the IIJA funding. It's amazing. The federal funds are $42.5 billion. It would take $500 billion to reach all the unserved and underserved homes in the United States. Oh, wow. And we are on a high fiber diet. The supply chain issues, let alone the trenching, fiber is fantastic, but it is incredibly expensive. And in human terms, our kindergartner, Jake, would be in 5th grade if we lived in a rural area that was currently unserved before that could be deployed. We can do better as a nation. And that's why it's so exciting to see how California has split those SB 156 funds, almost half and half, for the middle mile and that last mile. And the last mile doesn't have to be fiber if we're going to do it cost effectively, efficiently, and still reliably. So any work that I can do through my day job or my commission role, we'd love to walk that last mile with you and get it to every home in California.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gardino. You said it perfectly. Ditto. Can't say it any better than you just did.
Thank you, sir. And the meetings that you're arranging so that we do this the best we can with taxpayer dollars. I just appreciate your leadership.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners have questions or comments? Then thank you, Secretary Omashakan. Always glad to have you in the room and see you in person. So now we'll turn it over to Director Tavares. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Well, thank you, Chair Eager and Vice Chair Gardino and all the commissioners and Director Weiss. It's great to be here in person. Very pleased to be here. I'd like to also express my sincere appreciation to Commissioner Tavallone for arranging the tour of the Inland Empire, and also Executive Directors Ray Wolf and Ann Mayer for their narrative and providing a more broader view for me to be able to see what the real challenges are when it comes to transportation and air quality here in the Inland Empire. So very appreciative of that. I do believe there's a quick PowerPoint. Yeah, next slide, please. So I'd like to start off with, and this is very hot off the presses, and we appreciate the commission staff for adding this slide to my presentation. Just announced it prior to the commission meeting, but we have selected Donna Berry as our Deputy Director for Project Delivery and our Chief Engineer. What makes her special is her broad and diverse background. She's worked in districts. She's been the Chief Deputy Director in District 11. She has a lot of design experience, project management experience, programming experience, and most recently, prior to this position, she was our Division Chief for Project Management. And so she brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to this position. So I'm grateful to have her on board. But I'm also thrilled with the fact in the space of equity, the work that she's doing there. She's an active member with the National Society of Black Engineers, and she mentors and encourages disadvantaged children, students, and young ladies to enter into the STEM programs and to really explore the science, engineering, technology, math backgrounds. And so I will be leaning on her a lot to continue to grow our workforce at Caltrans and bringing in a very diverse and inclusive workforce. So thank you, Donna. Next slide. Also like to recognize and announce that Jeremy Ketchum has been promoted to our Division Chief of Environmental Analysis in mid-August. He has a little over 23 years of experience working both in districts and headquarters, and he'll be overseeing our environmental management group, our cultural studies, biological studies, our NEPA assignment that we have for transportation projects, and he will also serve as Secretary Omashakin's ex officio commissioner on the California Coastal Commission. So to Jeremy Ketchum, congratulations on his promotion to that role. And I'd also just like to recognize two other individuals. Here in the Inland Empire, District 8 Acting Director Diane Morales, who was doing a phenomenal job over the last 6 months. She just retired, and I know that's a loss to the Inland Empire here, but we are working very quickly to fill that position permanently. But I did want to mention her. And he doesn't know this yet, but I'm going to mention him. Our District 5 Director, Tim Gubbins, sitting there in the back. This is his last commission meeting with us. He is retiring. So I wanted to recognize Tim and congratulate him for a very long career with Caltrans, his service, his mentoring to me over the years, and I appreciate his friendship. Thank you, Tim.
Director Tavares?
Yes.
You said he doesn't know it. He doesn't know he was retiring?
He doesn't know I was going to mention his name here this
There you go. There you go.
And I'm remiss I didn't mention who's our acting District 8 Director until we fill it permanently, but it's Rebecca Guerdo who will be acting until we fill it. So congratulations to her on that acting assignment. This slide here, I'm excited about this. Our Governor Newsom just presented 4 Caltrans employees with the Governor's State Employee Medal of Valor Award. This is the highest honor California bestows on its public servants who have performed extraordinary acts of heroism above and beyond the call of duty. And these 4 gentlemen truly did. I'll quickly go through each one. Travis Sutton is a District 2 employee and equipment operator. He saved the life of a woman after her vehicle went over a snow-covered embankment in Butte County in March of 21, performing a dangerous rescue. He went down a steep terrain, rescued her from the vehicle in extremely cold weather, and brought her to safety so first responders could tend to her. Highway maintenance lead worker Matthew Pena from District 4, the Bay Area. He saved a man's life who is trying to commit suicide by jumping off the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge and was able to persuade him to stop until law enforcement could arrive and rescue the gentleman. Highway maintenance worker Ryan Aguirre, from District 8 here in the Inland Empire. He saved his coworker when an errant vehicle was speeding out of control toward them in November of 2020. Ryan pulled his coworker out from under the maintenance truck just before a crash occurred, and following the collision, Ryan offered first aid to those who were injured in that vehicle. And last and definitely not least, James Burkhouse, an equipment operator who just recently retired from District 8, saved a man's life while off duty when he came across a head-on collision that had occurred in rural San Bernardino County in April of 2020. Prior to coming to work at Caltrans, James was a former paramedic and used his experience as a paramedic to assist the injured drivers until first responders could arrive. So I'd like to just congratulate these 4 individuals again. Just to mention, these, Caltrans employees don't receive more than just first aid training and CPR training. They're not trained to necessarily save lives on a daily basis. And so for these 4 heroes to go and do this on their own, it's just extremely commendable. I'm extremely proud of them. So thank you. Next slide, thank you. Last month I mentioned about highway workers and the severe injuries and deaths that have been occurring with not only our own employees, but with contractors' employees. And so Caltrans is working very hard with our contracting industry, with our partners at the California Highway Patrol, and local transportation partners to always enhance the safety of all the workers on our roadways. These are a few of the items that we are beginning to implement into our projects, and wanted to just mention that Caltrans has developed and posted a new bike and ped specification that will assist and support the continuation of multimodal transportation routes through construction zones, will reduce the potential of injuries to the public while they pass through a work zone, and enhance safety for all those who are walking, biking, or using micromobility. We've also have implemented some specifications on temporary rumble strips and are testing those in several districts. And I also wanted to just highlight also, and I want to thank Commissioner Norton for bringing an LED lighted vest to my attention. We are now testing those LED vests, many different manufacturers throughout the state, and we see a lot of promise in enhancing the visibility of our employees out on the roadway and our contractors' personnel. So thank you very much for that. I will say, just before we leave safety, some of these items, some of these strategies we are implementing may increase the cost of some of our construction projects. So I do want to put that on the table. Anything that we determine could have an increased cost, we will come to the commission staff and work with you closely to determine the best strategy moving forward. But thank you for your support in worker safety. Next slide. Climate. On October 12th, Caltrans and the California Air Resource Board submitted a joint letter of support for the Federal Highway Administration's Notice of Proposed Rulemaking to add greenhouse gas emissions performance measures to the National Performance Management Measures Framework. I do want to say that we made some additional recommendations to their draft performance measure, and Caltrans, along with 10 other DOTs, signed a multi-state joint comment letter of support. So we're looking forward to seeing this come out in more of the federal programming. And with the Everyday Counts initiative, I'm not going to jump into that too much. I think our federal partner, Vince Mamano, may have some words on that. So next slide. So when it comes to equity, I mentioned the great work that Donna is doing, but also our Office of Equal Employment Opportunity. We've launched a mandatory implicit bias training for Caltrans employees, and this is a major milestone under our Race and Equity Action Plan. The training will raise awareness, improve decision-making in our department, offer steps to prevent implicit bias from negatively affecting workplace decisions, conduct, and also through our hiring and promotional process. So very pleased to see that launched. Next slide. And the project you see here is a recent emergency project on northbound Interstate 5, just south end of the Grapevine near the community of Castaic. In August, September, when we had very high temperatures, there was a wildfire in this area. It burned the original timber lagging retaining wall along northbound I-5. Working with the commission staff, working with our teams in District 7 and our structures folks in Sacramento, we were able to assess the damage quickly, make some recommendations on removing the timber lagging wall and replacing it with a fire-resistant steel and concrete wall going forward, so we don't have this issue in the future. And we're able to reopen all lanes of I-5 prior to the Thanksgiving weekend. So very pleased for the commission's support on this project, and appreciative of District 7, who is here. I see Susan Chang, the Chief Deputy Director. Thank you, Susan, and your entire team there. And Gloria Roberts may be online. So thank you, Gloria, for your work and leadership on this. And commissioners, I believe there's one more slide that shows more photos of this. And this concludes my comments for the afternoon. I'm willing to take any questions the commissioners may have.
Thank you so much, Director Tavares. Well, first, congratulations to you for Donna. I was going to say congratulations to her, but really to you, because good choice. Yeah. So Donna, I know I heard people out there saying congratulations to you. I didn't know what it was for, so I just said, yeah, congratulations. I didn't know, but really now, congratulations. And Tim, I promise we weren't clapping because you were leaving. We were clapping, it was an applause to really thank you for all of the years of service and commitment that you have given to the people of the state of California. So thank you, and good luck in the future. Do we have any other questions or comments for Director Tavares? Then I guess you said it all. Yes, thank you so much. So now I'd like to call up Brian Kelly to give us an update on one of my favorite projects, high-speed rail.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you. Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I was thinking about the last time I presented to this commission, and I was sitting in the seat that Tokes is now sitting in. And the only two members of this board that were here then, I think, were Carl and Mr. Tavallone, of course. So it's nice to be back, and I appreciate the opportunity to update you on the status of the high-speed rail project. I'm going to make sure that this works. There we go. So I'm going to give you kind of a broad status check, if you will, of the project. I look forward to answering any of your questions. And again, there will be a lot of elements to this. I know I'm appreciative of your time and schedule, so I'm going to try to move as quickly as I can here and look forward to your questions at the end. What are we doing? Let's start with that. This slide primarily outlines what the project definition is broadly for the high-speed rail project in California. It is a 500-mile project that goes through all the great topography of California, from the coastal sections through mountainous regions, through the valley, and then back out to the coastal sections in Southern California. The idea of the project is to connect through high-speed rail the San Francisco Bay Area, the Central Valley, and Los Angeles. A total trip time between San Francisco and LA is less than 3 hours. You can only achieve that if you use electrified high-speed rail, and in our case, of speeds capable of 220 miles per hour or more. We are charged under the law with expanding economic development and creating jobs. I'm going to report to you on that. Reduce GHG emissions, which again, moving from the vehicle to electrified high-speed service, particularly renewable powered high-speed electrified service, is a great way to reduce GHG emissions. And again, we're charged with increasing rail ridership. And that's really more than just about our system. That's going to be about how well our system connects with local and regional transit systems, so that for the rider, it's a simple, seamless system, and that's what we're striving for. Just briefly, the pictures that you see here, we are under construction in the valley of 119 miles, and that's the Cedar Viaduct that crosses I-99 there with those arches. That section is brought to you by McDonald's, and no, just kidding. We are going to paint those arches yellow and red, and it will say 43 billion served. No, just kidding. No, but anyway, this is just emblematic of the progress we're making down there. And again, I'm going to walk through some more of that as I go through this presentation. In 2022 has been a very good year for us in terms of milestones. When I started here, I got on this project in 2018. And when I first started here, the only stretch that we had environmentally cleared was what was under construction in the valley. And today we have 422 miles environmentally cleared of that 500-mile segment. I can say standing here today that San Francisco to LA County is environmentally cleared. In 2023, thank you. In 2023, we will certify the environmental document for the Palmdale to Burbank stretch. We got a whole, that's one that's not set yet. And then after that, in 24 and into 25, we'll complete the LA to Anaheim stretch, which is a very tricky environmental stretch that we're working through. As I said, 119 miles are under construction. Merced to Madera and Poplar Avenue to Bakersfield are in advanced design. Let me tell you what that means. And I'm going to go into this a little bit more, but when we started this project in California, we received federal funding from the government, about $3.5 billion back in 2008 and 9. And that was to build the first 119 miles of this project. Now, California applied for 4 different ways to start or places to start. And the federal government had an emphasis on starting where we had the most disadvantaged economic area. That was the Central Valley. And so we put the federal dollars to work there, and that's where we are under construction today. One of the biggest and I think the most significant changes to the project that the Newsom administration brought forward is to redefine what we're starting. We are doing the 119 miles. We have to finish that work to meet our federal obligations. But it's important that I say to you, and I'm going to show you a picture that depicts this. The 119 miles is not a great operating run. And so Governor Newsom has asked us to expand this project from 119 to 171 so that we're into the downtown of Merced, we're into the downtown of Fresno, and we're into the downtown of Bakersfield. And I'm going to show you a picture that shows why that's important from a rail ridership perspective as we go forward. So we are in advanced design now on the Merced and Bakersfield extensions out from that middle 119 miles. And in the Bay Area, as I know Commissioner Guardino knows well, we are funding partners on construction now underway on electrifying the Caltrain corridor. And so that's for the Caltrain commuter service, but importantly, that corridor will be used when high-speed rail gets there. So that electrification work is important. It's about a $2.9 billion project, of which high-speed rail is supplying about $800 million on the order of that. And then we're also fully funded, committed, have full funding from our project committed to the LA Union Station rebuild. And that is for us about $440 million on a 2-phase project. The first phase will cost about $950 million. High-speed rail spending about $440 on that. State of California is putting in about another $400 million. The remainder with local and regional funds to again upgrade the LA Union Station. Short-term benefits for local and regional transit providers. Long-term, it will accommodate high-speed rail when we get there. And that's why we're funding partners on that. Just some things more about our construction progress. And this is the thing I'm really the most proud of in terms of what we do on a day-to-day basis. We've now created, since the start of construction, 9,000 construction jobs just in the valley on the 119 we have underway. Each day today, we send about 1,300 workers out to the construction sites. That will only grow as we expand the active construction site number from 34 today and more as we get through the work in the valley. We have a very strong commitment, and again, working closely with the chair in her other capacity on workforce development. We work with our labor unions and folks on apprenticeship programs and training programs to get people into these fields. We have a great program in Selma where we are bringing some sort of at-risk folks into a training scenario where they can come in, learn some basic skills to get into the trades, and advance them into that pathway to employment. And so we're proud of the work we're doing there. That is a funding, something that we fund, working closely with our local friends, and we have some federal applications in now to receive some federal funding to continue that for several more years. On the project right now, we have 739 small businesses also working on our project statewide. So very pleased. 237 of those are DBE businesses, and about 90 are DVBE businesses. I like to talk about the project now in three sections if you're looking at it from a statewide perspective: the Central Valley, the Bay Area, and Southern California. And candidly, now that we've moved the environmental documents, I can talk about it in these segments. We have definitions now. So the Central Valley is the place where, look, most of the activity is underway there. Again, why? Because the federal government gave us money to start construction there. And so that's where we are. We're trying to get to a Merced to Bakersfield operating run. It's 171 miles. It is today 100% environmentally cleared. 119 miles are under construction. 52 miles, the added 52 miles, are now in design. After we complete advanced design, we'll be in the right-of-way. We'll be identifying utility relocations and getting all that work done before we enter our next construction contracts. And that's important because I got to pause here and say the biggest lesson learned on this project is how it started. It got into construction too soon. Before some of that fundamental pre-construction work was done. That is a fundamental lesson learned for us. And as we go forward on these extension projects, we will not make that mistake again. And so we're committed to that. Anyway, we're moving forward on the construction, as I noted, design for our Central Valley stations. There are 4 key stations in the Central Valley: Merced, Fresno, Kings, Tulare, and Bakersfield. Those are now all in active design after my board approved the design contract this year. And our track and systems contract, we are sort of strategizing, if you will, how we're going to approach the track and systems going forward, but we'll move forward with that procurement in 2023, as well as a procurement strategy for electrified trains. So again, we're advancing toward getting to an operating segment by the end of this decade, that 171 miles connecting Merced, Fresno, and Bakersfield. Whoops. Again, just a quick look. These are some figures of what the 4 key stations in the valley would look like. Again, Merced, Kings, Tulare, Fresno, and Bakersfield. And again, we are now in active design on each of these. Upcoming milestones that are in front of us. The first construction package in the valley, the southernmost 22 miles of the 119, will reach substantial completion in 2023. We will move forward on train set procurement and our track and systems procurement as well. 25 and 26 will complete the other elements of the construction in the valley. 2028, track and systems completion for the 119-mile test track. And then in 29 and 30, we want to be testing on the 119 and completing our extensions into Merced and Bakersfield. And again, we're hoping by Q4 of 2030, we're in a place where passenger service can commence. Okay. That's the Central Valley. In the Bay Area, that Central Valley segment, as I mentioned, 171 miles. In the Bay Area, it's about 159 miles from Merced into San Jose and into downtown San Francisco. That today is 100% environmentally cleared. We are eligible to begin advanced design on that region this year. We have a grant request to the federal government now. Part of that request includes money to advance the design work now that the environmental is done. And so we're working through that. As I mentioned, we are moving on the electrification with Caltrain today. And we're working closely with downtown San Francisco and the TJPA folks on the what's called the DTX station, or the station at the Transbay Terminal, where rail will enter the terminal. And so there's a tunnel that needs to be built from 4th and King in San Francisco into that tunnel. And we're strategizing with them, again, on working with federal, state, and other funds to get that element funded. The other thing that we're doing that's important in the Bay Area, I heard Secretary Omoshakun mention the funding available for grade separations. There's few corridors like the Peninsula Corridor in terms of need for grade separations, and that's whether or not high-speed rail is there. The Caltrain corridors themselves can benefit from new grade separations. We want to work closely with them on a regional approach to those grade separations and really use state and federal funds in an efficient way that not only benefits them, but benefits a project like ours as well. This segment from the Bay Area, from Merced to San Jose and Millbrae and San Francisco right now, is an unfunded segment. So our strategy here is get to operations in the valley, advance the other segments outside of the valley, the Bay Area and LA, as much pre-construction stuff as we can get done, and then go fight for that funding to get into the urban areas of the Bay Area and Los Angeles. In Southern California, again, it's a similar third of the project, 164 miles. As I'm standing here today, 92 of those miles are environmentally cleared. We're looking for the remainder in 23 and 24 to clear all of it. We could commence, again, some advanced design work once that environmental work is done. We got some federal funding asked that we have at the federal government to see if we can do that. And if so, again, we want to advance the design work. And I just want to comment on this for a minute. One of the great things I learned since I took this job is when I first got here, the environmental work outside of the valley, but going into the Bay Area and going into LA was stagnant. The work had essentially stopped because the focus was entirely on the construction on the 119. However, we had a deal with the federal government to complete that environmental work. So I was a little perplexed as to why it had stopped when I got here. But I want to say one of the great things, everybody talks about the environmental process in California. And look, it's rigorous, okay? It's rigorous, but that's also what makes California a great state. But in going through that process, the one thing I got to say is we had such a great re-engagement with the communities where that conversation had stopped when the environmental work had stopped. But when you restart it and you re-engage, you're relevant again. And the community wants to know how you're going to work with them, how you're going to be a part of them, how they're going to be affected by the project. And so our restarting that work and clearing these documents into San Francisco and into LA and Southern California were really important for us to remind folks we're a statewide project. But also it's this opportunity to figure out how we make it great everywhere. And that is, you can only do that through the communication with the communities. And the reason I pause and say that, I want to continue the advanced design work because you can't just stop the work. The environmental documents are done. We should advance the advanced design work so we can continue to work with the communities on how they'll be affected. And admit it's going to take years and money to fund all the capital, but let's move it forward until we can find those funds. There is a lot of folks ask about public support for the project. There was the most recent poll we've seen on this, came out of UC Berkeley and their government studies program. I was pleased by this poll for two reasons. One, the support for the project was 56 to 35 on a statewide basis in support of the program. When the bond bill passed back in 2008, it passed on a 53 to 47 basis. Every major poll I've seen since that time has us around 52, 53, 54 support. So it's, slight majority in support. This was a little bit better. The other thing I liked about this poll is it recognized a pivot that we made on the program, which is, look, we don't have all the money to build all of it at once. We got to do it in building blocks. We explained that to the voters, or it was explained to the voters in this poll, and the polling number was still strong, so we were pleased to see that. Again, this is sort of me preaching, but I do think high-speed rail is a critical investment, not just for California's future, but for America's future. And as I mentioned earlier, before I took this job, I sat in the secretary's position in the prior administration. And at that time, we were identifying, three key things that we want to achieve with every dollar we spend in transportation. And one of them is, obviously, you want to improve mobility for folks. You want to expand economic development, and you clearly want to do it in places that are disadvantaged. You want to provide opportunity in places that have been left behind. And you want to meet our environmental objectives. And I've never come across a single project that hits each of those three things with the magnitude that this does. And that's a key reason that I came here, and it's why I think this project is still so important going forward. I'm going to move through this one quickly. This is just more about the Merced to Bakersfield interoperating segment. There's a lot of advantages to building that segment in terms of ridership increases versus the current rail system or passenger rail system that's offered which is diesel-based today and offered in the Central Valley. We have, as we go forward with this, we create on the order of 200,000 job years tied to the construction and more than 41 billion in economic activity. So again, it's important. We're in one of the most challenging air basins in the country, in the Central Valley, and again, replacing diesel with renewable electrified high-speed rail is a great benefit there, and obviously the GHG emissions speak to that. This is just the thing I wanted to show you quickly about the difference between the 119-mile segment and the 171. This is the northern terminus of the 119 on the left, as I'm looking at the screen, and that's in Madera County. And the pivot to the 171 gets us into downtown Bakersfield. And again, when you get into downtown, that's where the riders are, and it's also where you can connect to bus services and other services that help people move around without a vehicle. And similarly in the northern side. The northern side there is Madera County. Again, not much to stop at there. You go to the 171, we're in the heart of downtown Merced. And the great thing about here too, the station location in downtown Merced will connect with ACE that goes to the Bay Area as it gets to Merced, and connect with the Amtrak system that goes both to Oakland and to Sacramento. So again, much better to move into the urban areas as we go forward. Quick legislative support thing from last year that was important to us. We got the bond money back in 2008 to get this project started. It was $9 billion, not nearly enough to fund the project, but enough to get started, which we did with those funds. We had spent about 4.8 of that, which left 4.2 in that bond dollars. And just in the last budget cycle, the legislature and the governor agreed to appropriate those funds. Really important for us because it allows us to move the construction forward. Schedule and cost, this is the most popular question I get everywhere I go. Our current budget with the FRA, the Federal Road Administration for construction, on the 119-mile segment is $13.3 billion, $3 billion of which comes from federal grants. The rest is funded. One of the reasons you don't see a lot of me at the CTC, in part, is because SB 1 dollars I don't see, which we should talk about that. But we are funded with nobody booed. We're funded with primarily the federal funds that we've already received back in 2008 and 2009. We're funded with a percentage of cap and trade dollars from the auctions every year, and with bond dollars, cap and trade, and federal funds, and that's it. And so we're trying to move forward on a mega project that will take years to do with a very limited stream of funding. So that's where we are. Anyway. Prior estimates for completing all of Merced to Bakersfield add about 6 to the 13.3. And like everybody, we are going through an analysis now of cost and ridership. I know COVID had a big impact on riders. The other thing that I think is an important demographic point about California, there was a time, certainly when I started on this project, that California was going to have 50 million people by 2040. We are no longer on that trend. California is a flat population state today, and that's impacting transit ridership. As I heard the conversation earlier about operations and operation funding. And it's also going to affect what we see in our ridership. Now that number's about, instead of 50 million, it's about 42.6. So it's a much flatter curve than it used to be in terms of what we expect in population growth going forward. So I say all that because we are evaluating cost, scope, schedule, and ridership and revenue. And so we're doing that now, and we'll be presenting a report to the legislature in March about where this project is. I got a comment about the federal partnership because it's so relevant for everything you all do, and it's very relevant for us. It's been a roller coaster since I've been here with the federal government. I mean, 28 and 29 is what, 13, 14 years ago? And that's the last time we had major federal investment in this project. Then we went through the Trump years, and the Trump years for us were tough because under the Trump administration, there was not really no communication on this project. And in fact, they tried to take $1 billion away from the project. With the change of administrations, that $1 billion is back. We now have an excellent working relationship with the FRA in terms of a lot of things that we have to work on. But certainly the enactment of the IIJA is an opportunity for all of us. It's an opportunity for our project. There's a lot of emphasis on rail money in that program, and particularly high-speed rail. We identified about 6 different pots that we think we can play in, and we are playing aggressively. I mean, I cannot build, I will tell you this, I cannot build the Merced to Bakersfield stretch without more federal funds. We just don't have enough here at the state level. So we are active and aggressive with the federal grants. As I mentioned, we identified about 7 pots that over the next 5 years have about $75 billion in them. And our goal and objective is to get about 7.5 to 8. And with that, we think we can get done what we need to get done. So this is just a reflection of what we've seen from the federal government thus far. Most of the funds we've received are from 2008 and 2009. We did get 2 grants, as Secretary Omashakin mentioned, in 2021 and 2022. $24 million and $25 million for very discrete project elements. But those were important to us, and we're moving forward with those grants now. We have a major grant pending today under what's called the MEGA project. The second, the top item here, where we've applied for a combined $1.3 billion over multiple years out of the MEGA project for project elements. And we're also applying for grants under other programs, including the Grade Separation Program, the CRISI grants, and I think just yesterday they put out the NOFO, they call it, for the Fed State Partnership Program, which is a big federal program dedicated to intercity rail. So that's one in 23 we will be playing heavily in as well. Okay. So what's the opportunities for us with this federal funding? Well, we think the combination of state and federal funds, especially, that IIJA was historic levels of federal funding in transportation. And we think there's an opportunity here for us to deliver the electrified 2-track initial operating segment, get it done in this decade, invest statewide to advance engineering and design work outside of that area into LA and into the Bay Area, and leverage new federal and state funds for targeted statewide investments, particularly in those shared corridors I mentioned earlier in the Bay Area, Los Angeles Basin. There's a lot of examples that I gave earlier. And we want to advance the longer-term funding strategy to extend high-speed rail beyond the Central Valley to the Bay Area as soon as we possibly can. Next up for us, again, is procuring some train sets and making more progress on design and construction on our stations. So there's a lot that we have in front of us. We have the best opportunity we've had since I've been here for success with the combination of understanding our project better, knowing exactly what we need to get done, and the great opportunity with the federal funding. I mean, it wasn't here when I started, it's here now, so we're bullish. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you coming so quickly after we talked, and I said I need you to come speak before the commission, and now here you are already.
Well, when you say, will you come to Riverside in December?
Yeah.
Around the Mission Inn, it's hard to say no to that. If you're on the holiday mood before, you will be.
Right. But thank you. And obviously, everybody knows I might be a little biased. I don't know. But I really do want to reiterate the commitment that the high-speed rail has made to the state of California. And, I live and work and breathe the air in the Central Valley, and what this particular project is going to do for the next 100 years in order to alleviate some of those air quality issues that we have in the valley, because we have no other way to get around but get in our cars. I certainly see the importance, but the other piece certainly is that economic impact of all of those communities in the Central Valley connecting to Los Angeles and San Francisco, and what that will do not just for the Central Valley economic impact, but for those other ends too of, as you try to expand, you want to do it within California so that we do continue to have that growth in the future that is stagnant at the moment. But with high-speed rail, certainly we think that will change all of that. So thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Brian? Yes, Commissioner Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that presentation about high-speed rail. I noticed we have something in common. We both need lots of money. So you obviously need a lot of money to finish the whole project.
Yeah.
And we need a lot of money because we have an incredible amount of underfunding for active transportation. We need to make sure that transit operating fiscal cliff doesn't actually occur. And then there are things like the micromobility local travel network we're going to hear about a little bit later today that could use funding too. So maybe we could help each other. Can we make a deal here? Maybe we can work together trying to find and identify additional funding that would help both of us. And if you find things that might help us, let us know. And if we find things that might help you, we'll let you know. Maybe our staffs can work together on trying to identify some of that funding and get there.
Sold.
Yeah. I think if we could do that, maybe we could make sure that the people that are going to your stations aren't all having to go in cars.
Well, if I could just comment on that. I mean, I do think historically there's this sort of tug of war that always goes on, state versus regional priorities, state versus local priorities. At the end of the day, you got to have a cohesive strategy to move both. I mean, look, this system does not work that I'm building if it's not well connected with regional and local systems. And no regional or local system is going to do the intercity connection that we're doing. So we do got to find a way. Your point is well taken. We got to find a way to go move this so we have a vision for what California looks like, how easy we're going to make it for people to ride the rails, both local and statewide, and put together a strategy to
and how we're going to pay for it.
Yeah, and how we're going to pay for it.
One other thing, it has to do exactly with those local connections. And you're not directly responsible for this, but it was sort of an indirect effect of trying to figure out that Anaheim to Union Station, LA, pathway. And that's with the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad. You're going to be using tracks that they use to get to their Southeast Los Angeles rail yards, which made them go out to Colton and propose a rail yard there, which is in one of the most heavily impacted environmental justice areas in Southern California. So there was a very negative indirect impact by trying to align your high-speed rail line from Anaheim to Los Angeles, which it needs to do, obviously. But I'm not sure what's going on now because BNSF has proposed rail yards at the Port of Los Angeles, Colton, and now Barstow. And I'm not sure if they're going to do one of those or all three of those. If you have any insight into that, or you can work with them, well, please try to make sure that the indirect impacts, the fallout of what you're doing doesn't have these adverse environmental justice impacts.
It's tricky because what originally came to us was not just that we're using the BNSF corridor, but so does Metrolink and so does LoSan. And if we were looking at the future of passenger rail, how could we expand more opportunity for that passenger rail in that LA to Anaheim corridor? And from the freight perspective, BNSF, they were looking for some offsets in the valley. So we did start to pursue only in the environmental document, what does that look like? But it's been, for lack of a better term, unsatisfying to me in terms of how that process has gone on. And so we are looking at broader alternatives, just to put it simply, in what we're going to do to the LA-Anaheim section. Because, look, I'm proud of what we're building. I'm very proud of what we're building because I believe it's the cleanest transportation project in the country. And I do not want to be defined by something that has to be an offset somewhere else. And so we're gonna approach that differently going forward in that segment, and we're working on those alternatives today. I can't comment on where and what BNSF wants to do on where they want to set an intermodal facility or anything else, but I can say, I know we need to look at approaching that area differently, and that's what we're doing. And that's why I said that particular environmental document's put off a little bit because we have to have more discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Gardino?
Thank you, Chair Eager, and thank you, Brian. It's so great to see you again.
You too.
Three quick comments. One, when voters approved the high-speed rail bond in 2008, $9.95 billion, you're right, we were the $0.95 billion portion for connectivity funds to future high-speed rail stations to transit in the area. And that partnership is paying dividends. And you mentioned one great example with the Caltrain commuter rail system on the three-county Bay Area Peninsula. So thank you. Second is just a huge thank you for taking on this role. Your service to our state.
I had hair when I started.
No, you didn't, actually.
You're right. True.
But you've just done a magnificent job.
Thanks,
and your service for decades to our state on transportation improvements is one that I personally admire a great deal. The third one is just a reminder to Vince Mamano, who is next. Vince, you heard $7.5 billion from the federal government. So if you're coming forward, bring the $7.5 billion, or you can just stay seated.
The big check you said you were bringing. Yeah.
Let's do the photo shoot now.
But what Commissioner Liu said, we need to continue to partner as best we can and look out for each other's efforts to improve our state. So count us, count at least two of us three of us in helping however we can. Thank you.
Commissioner Norton and then Commissioner Falcone.
Yes, I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation, and
Thank you.
being in LA, we've been watching the Link US and all the
Yes.
other opportunities, especially the Burbank, Palmdale, very, very excitedly.
Yes.
I wanted to follow up on something that Commissioner Liu was saying about shared vision and shared opportunity. And since Prop 30 did not pass, you had mentioned the opportunities for another cap and trade round. And I was just wondering what your thoughts might be about that and how we could be working together on some, we have oversubscribed needs for active transportation and zero emission vehicles. Is it time to have this shared vision for cap and trade? And I did want to also say that I hope you're also counting housing units developed around the tracks, because I think when we were going out with Chair Eager and seeing what was happening in terms of new housing starts and what it was meaning for communities and new opportunities to build wealth by how we could have home ownership, it all sort of came together. And I just wonder, as you're talking about jobs created, that maybe housing starts would be another good fact, because that linkage of how you're going to be creating wealth in the state might be another great opportunity to think about how we're so interconnected.
Yeah, that latter point on housing is a good one, and I think we have great opportunity around our station development. My planning and sustainability lead and team work closely with, downtown Bakersfield folks and Fresno folks and Merced folks, and it's all about what are you building right around the station. Yeah. And obviously, from our perspective, the more housing that's around, there's more ridership concentrated at the station, and also great opportunities for economic development on commercial and other things. So yes on that. I also think one of the great, when you talk about what does high-speed rail do? Fundamentally, it takes a 4.5 hour car ride from the Bay Area to Fresno and turns it into an hour and 20 minutes. It takes a 12-hour train ride from San Francisco to LA and puts it less than 3 hours. That changes the state dramatically, and it shrinks the state. And it means that somebody who can't maybe afford housing in the Bay Area can afford housing and still get to work in a reasonable way and path, and do it without congestion and pollution. So that's the promise of it, and that's what we're dedicated to doing. My only thought on the cap and trade piece, it's a very good point, and it's work that needs to be done. I'm balking a little bit because I was around when I saw the last cap and trade extension bill, and it is tough. It's a tough bill to pass, 2/3 vote. But it does need to happen again, and not just for high-speed rail. Again, we get a fraction of the cap and trade revenues. But ultimately, the state's air quality goals go well beyond 2030, right? They go into 2050, and you got to have a source to address those beyond 2030. I don't know when that magic date is. I'm hoping it's yesterday. But again, yes, that's one option that you need to pursue. I'll just say this too. One of the things that I hope, if I'm successful and we're successful, what I hope we're able to do is keep developing this operational run in the Valley and preparing everywhere else to get ready. And then as we talk about money, I'm having conversations about how to get into San Francisco and how to get into LA. And that may take money beyond cap and trade. It may take a new state effort to do that. But again, the cap and trade element is vital, and it should be aligned with the duration of our air quality goals. And so that's the best I got on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation, Director Kelly. Kudos to such a Herculean undertaking. Our collective hats to you and your team. It's a big price tag, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask this question that would potentially increase your price tag. San Diego, the connection between your two most populous metropolitan areas, San Diego to Orange to San Diego. Is there a future there?
That would increase my price tag. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
No, look, as I said earlier, when the state of California first applied for federal money, we put 4 applications forward. One of them was San Diego to LA, but that was not the one that was awarded, right? So I'm dealing with the cards dealt. But, San Diego extension is part of our phase two extension. And so, you know, we're working on the routing of that and other things, but it is gonna take more money, and we have not even begun the environmental on that part yet, because under the law, phase one is defined from San Francisco to LA. So we are working under that definition. But that is the next phase that we would get to, under the current structure in the law. And so it's both that, and in Northern California, it's the extension to Sacramento. And so, you know, again, I'm always open to, hey, is there a new funding source for a new element that we can do something with? And then let's tweak the law. But until we have that, it's hard for me to move away from what the law is requiring me to do. But those extensions are important. San Diego is important. Sacramento is important. I got to do this one step at a time, and under the constraints that I have.
Yeah, just a follow-up. So what feedback did you receive from your federal funders as to why that segment didn't?
Well, I want to remind you that this predates me by about 10 years. The federal funding came in 08, 09. I started here in 2018. But generally what I can say is there was a big push at that time for the federal monies to be dedicated to areas that were the most economically disadvantaged. And look, the poverty rates in the air quality basin in the area in the Central Valley, you know, certainly at that time met that definition. And so there was a clear policy call to get started there, and that's what we did.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? I believe we have public comment.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Chair Eager. We did receive one written public comment during this time. It comes from Bruce Abernathy. They write, where is the protection for agricultural land? For the San Joaquin Valley, we have suffered tremendously from the commuter influx from the Bay Area. Now we're going to be further threatened by commuter invasion from SoCal, LA area. These invasions are killing agriculture in a key agricultural area. You need to stop excusing areas like the Bay Area from providing the housing that the housing legislation is supposed to require at the cost of the quality of life and other resource needs for California. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. You know, one of the things just from a Central Valley area, putting my other hat on as an economic developer, one of our goals was always to add business into the Central Valley, not just people commuting from San Francisco and raising the prices and doing those kinds of things. That connection between the Bay Area and Los Angeles, as I said earlier, as businesses try to expand in those areas, and they can't because there's just no more land or it's too expensive. What we have done is reached out and said, as you look for expansion, as you look for where you want to go, look at the Central Valley. And once high-speed rail is up and running, that will be certainly a lot easier. And those businesses can expand and prosper around those stations and those areas. And to your question too, Commissioner Norton, as we looked at housing around those stations, we looked around the world. What does that look like in other places around the world? And, you know, those few miles around every single multimodal station have just exploded in housing. And so that will certainly help with all of those issues too. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. At this point, I think we will go ahead and take one more before we take a break. So this is between us and break, Vincent, I'm just telling you.
Take my little old time. You bumped me for high-speed rail? Really? Come on. My goodness.
Yes, we did.
I don't
Yes,
appreciate it. Let's just say I'm offended. End of the year, shady. The whole thing is shady. First off, thank you. Brian, don't kid yourself. You didn't have hair years ago either, so I've known him for a long time. We shared the same barber. It was a 2-for-1 discount we got for a while there. So but Joe, I want to thank you for this morning and arranging those the tour this morning. I agree with you. It was very insightful, very I had Ray Wolf was my host in the vehicle we were in, and it was very kind enough to point out how great Riverside is, and they don't need the money there, so to focus all the federal dollars to San Bernardino. So I thought Ray did a nice job of explaining San Bernardino's needs. I did have an issue with the pilot when he was reading off all at the beginning. Okay, we got this, check this, check this. Max gross weight met. I'm like, oh man, that's a pot shot. I was a little offended, but I was holding it in. Nothing. Couldn't get through there. But yeah, a lot going on. It was really interesting to see the impact of goods movement and freight, and the rest of the country needs to see this. Commissioner Norton and I have had several conversations about the appeal of, a Utah needs to know what's happening here, because the rest of the country all needs to see what's happening here. They need to appreciate it, and they kind of need to get on board, because what happens here affects them also. And I think that's a very important piece. And I know you all are working at that level, and I think that's a important piece. But thank you again for that opportunity this morning. Let's get a few things. I'm not going to go quickly. Continue. So right now we're under a continuing resolution. Federal government's under continuing carry. You can't, you're not allowed to shut me. Okay, you can shut me off. All right, the rest of you all can't. Douglas, I'd like to apologize. I think you're looking great today. You're something special, fella. Now that's authority. You thought you had authority, Chair. You don't. So we're under continuing resolution right now. That's our federal funding that gets portioned out every year. We have the bill, the new infrastructure law. That's our 5-year authorizing legislation. And then each year that gets funded through our appropriations. Now, the Highway Trust Fund is the primary funding source for that. There was also general fund funding that came with the new infrastructure law, and that had kind of a unique thing, and it was an advanced appropriations. So there's a large portion of our programs that's not waiting for December 16th. Highway Trust Fund size not waiting for December 16th. The advanced portion, or the advanced appropriation portion, some of it that's going to be formula, some of that's discretionary, but it was appropriated in advance. So that's kind of, here's the money now, so go. So that's a pretty big deal. Our nominee, Shailen Bhatt, has been nominated. He was passed out of Environment and Public Works Committee. So now they're hoping for a floor vote sometime this month, we're hoping for. His nomination went very well, I thought, and all the information that I'd seen in it. I've known Shailen for a long time. I think he's going to be a great leader for our agency. We were talking about equity earlier. We have a new executive director for our agency, so that's our highest career position in our agency, and her name is Gloria Shepard. And she is the first African American in that role in Federal Highways history, and the first female in that role in Federal Highways history. So very excited for her. She's used to be our associate administrator for environment, planning, and realty services. So she's got a lot of history with the NEPA assignment that happened here in California. When that was all assigned, she was our lead at the national level in all of that. So very excited for her. And again, I've known Gloria for a long time, and we've already had several interactions with her in her new role, and I'm very excited in the approach she's taken, and just really trying to be there for the states. Like, what do the states needs? And she's reached out to the AASHTO community and has already been involved with that. So we're very excited about that. Couple things. So coming soon to a theater near you. Towards the end of this year, which we're at, and the beginning of next year, you're going to see some infrastructure law notifications and money. So here's a couple of things. You're going to see the awards should be coming for the Surface Transportation System Funding Alternatives, Large Bridge Program, Mega Program, Safe Streets and Roads for All, and Reconnecting Communities. We should be seeing those awards fairly soon, rest of this month, or maybe hopefully early next month or next year. You're also going to be seeing guidance for Workforce Development Program. So that's coming out and may actually be out while we're talking. So there's a great investment opportunity for workforce development. I know that Caltrans is already doing that and doing a lot of that investment here in California. So there's a lot more opportunity and some flexibilities there. So that's going to be exciting to see how all that works out. And then the guidance for the National Highway Freight Program, and then also notice of funding opportunities for RAISE and the NEVI discretionary grants. And there was some information about RAISE that came out, and I think everybody thought that was but that was some an initial publishing of it with more details to come. So there was some legislative timeframes that had to be met. So we're going to get more information on that here pretty soon. I want to congratulate the National Indian Justice Center. It's located in the Bay Area, and they were awarded one of the TTAP, Transportation Technical Assistance Programs. I think I got my TTAP right. So they had that earlier, and Federal Highway had kind of restructured it and was looking at a different model. And then we're going back to bringing that model with a little bit of what we restructured to. So it's going to be a good combination, I think. But I'm excited for the the National Indian Justice Center here in California got the West. So there were 6 TTAP centers around the country. And so we got one of them in California is here. We have 109 tribes here in California, federally recognized tribes with 574 around the country. So it's Alaska and then us in California. So it's good to have them back here in this. Tony talked about Everyday Counts. So Everyday Counts is kind of Federal Highway's innovation announcement. Like, hey, listen, gang, this is some stuff we're seeing around the country. Design build was a big thing that came out. Some states were doing design build in the 90s and some states weren't. And so we were like, maybe we ought to make sure everybody knows about this. And so a lot of the states had seen that. So there's a lot of different things that come out of that initiative. So a few things that just want to point out. Everyday Count 7 is out. You can check out the Federal Highway website. There's several different areas like nighttime visibility for safety, one in the planning area for the reduction greenhouse gases. There's another one for DBE assessments and design build, because that was a big challenge, is trying to get, how do you get the disadvantaged businesses into the design builds, because design builds, big contractor, big designer together, how does the DBEs play in that world? And that's something that we're really trying to get a hold of. In the DBE world here in California, our goal is 22.2% goal. It's a giant goal. This past year, we only achieved 19.77%, which means we didn't meet our goal. There's 2 sides to that. We need to do better, but I still remember when I got here 14 years ago, 15 years ago, 14 and a half years ago, we were right around 2%. And then we were going to raise the goal to 5 point something, and everybody was going nuts. We can't do it. We can't. And oh my goodness, we got to 9. Holy cow, we're going to have a goal of 9%. Are you kidding me? And our goal now is 22.2%, and we achieved 19.7%. And I want to applaud Caltrans in not accepting that. So as Federal Highway, we require a plan on how you're going to achieve, how you're going to make that difference next year, what adjustments are you going to make. And Caltrans has put together a DBE governance council. So what, I know David DeLuce is the Civil Rights, Deputy Director for Civil Rights, but we just had a meeting with our leadership, Federal Highway and Caltrans, and we were talking with Donna Berry and Stephen Keck and others in this whole world. So it wasn't just, civil rights. So the Caltrans is really making an effort to make sure that the DBE world is broadened. The responsibility of achieving that goal isn't just construction. And how do we get the A&E firms? How do we increase the denominator, being the number of DBE firms out there? And I think that's a big portion of what we're trying to do. So I want to applaud Caltrans in developing this DBE Governance Council. They invited Federal Highway to be a part of that too, and we appreciate that. But this is kind of talking to the people behind me. 40% of the federal dollars in California go to local agencies. So local agencies own that 22.2% also. So when local agencies are accepting a good faith effort that isn't a good faith effort, that affects our ability to meet that goal. When local agencies and state aren't reporting all of the achievement that they have, that affects us meeting our goal. So it's something that's important. We've talked about it a lot here, and I just want to make sure to draw some attention to that and make sure we're on top of that. And then I also, I would be remiss if I didn't, I guess, congratulate the quitter, Tim Gubbins. I was applauding because you were leaving, Tim, just for the record. My applause was, yay, he's gone. No. I've had known Tim for a long time and had a great opportunity to work with him on several different things. And I know that there was a previous director of Caltrans that once said in a national meeting that it's kind of difficult to hold up the edge of the continent. And I've seen Tim let some of his part of the continent slide into the ocean, just for the record. But just his team and under his leadership and just his ability to work with people, and you know, I'm a fan of someone who's got a good heart, and I think you see that in people right away. And I know he's just a good heart guy. So he's going to do what it takes to get the right thing done. Sometimes it isn't easy. But I know just all the work they were doing along the coast, every time that thing kept trying to slide in, and their ability to get that thing back and get the road back in shape, and just finding ways to let communities still exist while all this is happening is just, Tim, I applaud you, and I'm sorry that this is probably being recorded because I would deny it in public, but I do applaud you, Tim. So, and that is, this year's theme, Reindeer Training Academy's campus remodel. Just so you know, we're remodeling the kitchen, so now the reindeers are remodeling the Reindeer Training Academy campus. That's all I got. And I don't have pictures yet because we're still remodeling the house too, so that's an issue.
Thank you. We're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Any questions for Vincent?
Stay on.
That?
There. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I know we were gonna take a break here, but we have some folks that wanted to be able to speak on tab 17 and 18, and they have to go soon. So if we could skip down to open the hearing on tab 17. Lori, are you here? I hope that's okay, that we skip down there and do that now.
Okay. Commissioners, tab 17 is a hearing to receive comments and questions on the 2023 Active Transportation Program, statewide and small urban and rural components before adoption. This is the sixth cycle of the ATP. Staff recommendations for the statewide and small urban and rural components of the 2023 Active Transportation Program were sent to the Commission, Caltrans, regional agencies, and stakeholders by email on Wednesday, October 20th, 2022, and posted on the Commission's website. Some correspondence relating to this item was received after the initial meeting materials were posted and were included with the updated meeting materials on December 2nd, 2022. And I think we had one other pink letter that came in. The program guidelines and the fund estimate for the 2023 ATP were originally adopted in March of 2022 with a programming capacity of $650.74 million for all three components of the program. However, in June, the governor signed the Budget Act of 2022, which included a one-time active transportation program funding augmentation of $1.049 billion. This was partly in response to this commission's call led by former Commissioner Alvarado for a $2 billion augmentation to the program to fund some of the huge backlog of unfunded active transportation projects throughout the state. To account for the funding augmentation, the Commission adopted the addendum to the 2023 Active Transportation Program guidelines and a revised fund estimate at its August 2022 meeting. The funding augmentation increased the total programming capacity to $1.707 billion. The 2023 ATP includes 4 years of funding for fiscal years 23-24, 24-25, 25-26, and 26-27. Project applications were due by June 15th, 2022. The Commission received 434 project applications, with projects valued at $4.3 billion and funding requests totaling $3.1 billion. To get to these project recommendations, Commission staff formed a multidisciplinary group of volunteers to score the project applications. Each volunteer was paired with another volunteer to create evaluation teams. The evaluator teams reached consensus on each project submittal by question and by overall score. Commission staff reviewed and scored every project submittal to validate the evaluators' consensus scores. Caltrans Local Assistance ATP staff also reviewed each project submittal to assess the reasonableness of the project's cost, scope, and schedule. Commission staff and Caltrans ATP staff held debrief meetings with each of the evaluator teams. In these meetings, staff asked for feedback from the teams on the evaluation process and discussed their project scores. Caltrans Local Assistance ATP staff also participated in these meetings to alert the evaluators to any scope, cost, or schedule inconsistencies they found during their review process. Before we go on to talk about the staff recommendations, I wanted to make my acknowledgements now. This was a very unique ATP cycle because of the funding augmentation. Everyone involved was committed to conducting the best project selection process that we've done. We wanted to honor the trust the administration gave us with the augmented fund. For the Commission staff, I'd like to acknowledge the ATP team, Beverly Newman Burkhart, who is here with us today, Annalika Changizi, who's right there. And we're always lucky to have Megan Pedroselli, who is always here with us in spirit. And for the Caltrans Local Assistance ATP team, I'd like to thank Kathy McEwen, Desiree Fox, Trina Liu, Summer Lopez, Amanda Baker, and Dancy Yang. So you don't often get to see them because they don't come to the meetings, but they are really, really an excellent staff. As always, we could not get here without the support and wise guidance of the ATP Technical Advisory Committee and the hard work of the volunteer evaluators. So many people are integral to the success of the ATP that I can't thank everyone. So each cycle, I like to acknowledge someone who was particularly critical to that cycle's success. And this time, I'd like to thank the Commission's engineering team, particularly Gurtej Patel and John Prey, who gave us engineering support whenever we needed them, oftentimes at a moment's notice. Okay, so now I'm going to start. I'm going to start a PowerPoint. Do we have it? Oh, there it is. Okay, and go over the staff recommendations. The actual list of recommended projects you can find as attachments B and C of agenda item 18. So this slide kind of gives the overall picture of the staff recommendations. For the statewide component, staff is recommending 67 projects totaling $853.52 million, and these projects are valued at approximately $1.1 billion. And the cutoff score for funding was an 89 in the statewide component. And we had to use a tiebreaker process to choose between the 89s because we had quite a few projects scored an 89. The San Diego Association of Governments Howard Bikeway Connecting Vibrant San Diego Neighborhoods is the last project recommended in the statewide component. There was not sufficient programming capacity to program Sandag's 8.137 million request, so staff recommends programming the available programming capacity of 1.396 million at this time. And commission staff will work with Sandag to determine how the project can be delivered with the available funding. For the small urban and rural component, staff is recommending 26 projects for funding, totaling 170.7 million in active transportation program funding and valued at about 209 million. The scoring threshold in the small urban and rural was 78 points. And the City of Salinas' Hardin Parkway Path and Safe Routes to School project is the last project recommended for funding in the small urban and rural component. There was not sufficient programming capacity to fully program the City of Salinas' $14 million request, so the project will be partially programmed with $8.079 million in funding at this time. Commission staff will work with the City of Salinas to determine how the project can be delivered with the available funding. Okay, so the next slide, this shows the geographic distribution of the projects. And just as a reminder, in June of next year, we will be adopting the Metropolitan Planning Organization component of the HEP. The MPO component has almost 680 million of available programming capacity. So there's still some of the really great projects that we weren't able to recommend in the statewide that could be recommended in the MPO component. Okay. So we're recommending some really great projects this cycle, and we wanted to highlight some of them just so you could get a sense of the kinds of projects that we're recommending. But, you know, this is just a selection. They're all really amazing projects. And I want to acknowledge Alika Changizi because she created these great slides and those handouts that you have that with the project profiles. Okay, so in Riverside County, so because we're in Riverside County, we'll start with the Coachella Valley Arts and Music Line project. And this project will be part of the active transportation network anchored by the CV Link project. And one thing I wanted to point out about this project is this is the third time that this application was submitted. In cycle 4, they scored a 78. Last cycle, they scored an 88. And this cycle, they scored a 92. And CVAG always makes sure to ask for their debriefs and site visits on their projects. And it really made a difference with this one because they just kept getting it better and better. Okay, and then this is the City of Los Angeles Skid Row Connectivity and Safety Project. There's a total project cost of $47.6 million and HEP request of $38.6 million. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight about this project is there's obviously a very large unhoused community there. And the city, I think, did a great job at doing outreach to the unhoused people. So they have our Skid Row community plan that identifies priorities for the unhoused community. And so they worked with the community social service partners, such as the Midnight Mission and the LAMP community, to develop design ideas to solve community problems. They created a mobile participation station that was pushed through the streets and public parks to solicit input from the unhoused population, and held workshops in locations that provide social services to the unhoused population. This is the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority Bascom Avenue Complete Streets Project. This is a total project cost of $46.7 million and an HEP request of $39.1 million. And this serves a disadvantaged community, and currently there are not much in the way of bicycling and pedestrian facilities in that area. This is the Orange County OC Loop segments P and Q. This is a project cost of $60.2 million and an HEP request of $45.9 million. And this project will enhance connectivity to affordable housing, grocery stores, medical facilities, transit, 3 schools, 2 parks, and the 66-mile Orange County Loop network. So I highlighted some of the large projects, but I wanted to highlight another kind of project that we fund too, which is this one in Fresno County, the Del Rey Sidewalk Project. This has a total project cost of $2.9 million, and they requested $2.9 million. And this is a severely disadvantaged community, and most of the community lacks sidewalks, and the ones that exist are cracked and crumbling. And so this will include over 2 miles of new sidewalks, repaired sidewalks, and ADA compliant curb ramps. Next. Oh, Modoc County. Okay, so I wanted to highlight this Modoc County project, the Surprise Valley School Safety and Community Connectivity Project, because this is the first time that Modoc County has been awarded an ATP project. So we're very happy for them. And Lassen County also is being recommended for a project in Susanville for the first time too. And then the next couple, I wanted to highlight because we in cycle 5, we really started targeting some areas that we thought were underperforming in the ATP to give them some extra help. And one of them was the Sierra Foothills. And so we did site visits in cycle 5 and this cycle. And it took them 2 cycles, but both Tuolumne County is being recommended for 2 projects. This is the Groveland Community Connectivity Project, and then they have another one too. And Calaveras County is also being recommended for a project, and there's one in El Dorado County also. So we're really happy to see that they are being able to get some funding too. And then this one also, we did a lot of work with Tulare County. And the city of Dinuba, building Dinuba's active transportation future infrastructure, non-infrastructure, is being recommended. A total project cost of $17.2 million and ATP request of $13.1 million. This project scored very high, but I also want to point out that they submitted this project as a whole project, but also in parts. And all of their applications in parts and the whole one all scored very high. So they did a really, really good job. Okay. And then last is the Santa Cruz County Coastal Rail Trail segments 10 and 11. I'm highlighting this project because it's the biggest one that the biggest ATP request that we've ever recommended for funding. And so this has a total project cost of $84.7 million. And an ATP request of $67.6 million. And so this one will connect 5 cities within Santa Cruz County to cities in Monterey County and be part of a 32-mile Class 1 multi-use trail. And it includes one, along with the outputs, it also has 2 bridges and 5 viaducts, which is one reason why it's a really high-cost project. So, and then I wanted to mention the Central Coast in general because, well, first of all, the small urban and rural agencies, they did very well in the statewide this cycle. So I wanted to acknowledge that, but particularly the Central Coast. And I want to point that out because there's reasons that they do so well. And it's partly because they're not only do they submit apps, they're very involved in the program as a whole. We have Central Coast reps on our TAC. They attend all of the workshops, and anytime we need help from stakeholders, they're always there to participate. They always do debriefs and site visits and branch workshops, and they're careful about what they submit. They score them themselves ahead of time. And they work together as a region. They also have very dedicated active transportation staff and supportive leadership. And I wanted to point that out, not to say that other agencies aren't doing well, but I think, created a very good process, and that other areas that maybe aren't doing as well could maybe emulate to a certain degree. Okay. And then I just wanted to make some preliminary conclusions about what we saw this cycle. So you notice I didn't say that we are recommending any quick build projects. That's because we did receive 11 applications for quick builds, but they weren't what we had hoped for. So this was our phase 2 of our pilot. And so one of the things that we asked is that we wanted the projects to be environmentally ready, and most of them, well, some of them were requesting environmental, and we wanted them to have it already done. And a lot of them seemed more like small infrastructure rather than quick builds. And so we just didn't feel like we had any that were what we could recommend to you at this point. And so at first I thought, well, maybe this just isn't working. We shouldn't do quick builds anymore. But then Mitch and I attended the Vulnerable Road Users meeting that was called for by Secretary Omashakin, and quick builds came up a lot, and people really think those are really important to safety. So we rethought it, and I think that we will try again on quick builds, but we need better guidance. We need to give better guidance to the agency so we can get the kinds of projects that we were looking for. Okay, and then this slide here is showing how the total project costs and the ATP requests just keep going way up every cycle. And the graph on the right is the average request. And then this is the ATP funding. So you see that big spike for this cycle, but then the funding goes up, but the number of projects that we fund keeps going down. And this is slightly misleading because we haven't done the MPO yet. So it will go up, but still it's just showing that the money's just not going around very far. Okay, and then so technical assistance really helps. And so I want to encourage all agencies to request debriefs. If they contact Alika, they can get a debrief, and we'll talk to them about what the evaluators saw in their application, what they could do to improve, and also site visits for next cycle. So, and there's other kinds of technical assistance available too. The Active Transportation Resource Center provides assistance to disadvantaged communities, and then we can also do branch workshops, that kind of thing. So this slide shows the kind of technical assistance that we have and when it's available. We're trying to track more the success rate of agencies that get technical assistance. So we weren't recording all the debriefs we were doing, so we're not sure what it is now, but we think that around the agencies that get some sort of technical assistance have about a 50% success rate, as opposed to the overall success rate is what, about 20? 21%. Okay, and I don't want to I hate ending my presentation on a downer, but I have to, because we wanted to be clear what would have happened without the funding augmentation this cycle. In the statewide, the funding cutoff score would have been a 95, and we would have only been able to recommend 23 projects. And in the small urban and rural, the cutoff score would have been a 92, and we would only been able to recommend 7 projects. So that's probably around what we'll be looking at for next cycle, because we will be back to that original funding amount. So, and this slide just kind of graphically shows what the difference between having the augmentation and not having it. So that is my presentation. So I'm happy, and Beverly and Alika are here too, so we can answer any questions and take comments, and then, or Chair, you can open up for public comment.
Thank you, and I think we will open it for public comment first. We have some folks waiting, but I just wanted to add, you know, the importance of these folks reaching out to you. And I know, you know, you said the folks on the Central Coast, you know, are doing wonderful things and working together, but the other side of that is they also shared with me how great you all were when they did reach out to you and saying, what should we be doing better and how can we do it? So I know those things go both ways, but that would be great for everybody to be able to experience, I know. So I think we'll go to the callers first. I think we have some people that have been waiting a long time to talk about this.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Yes, we do have virtual attendees who are looking to comment on this item. Up first, we have Susan Hope.
Good afternoon, Chair Eager and fellow commissioners. I'm Sue Hook, Chair of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors and also a Commissioner on Nevada County Transportation Commission. I'm here today to voice my support for the staff recommendations. I would like to share my gratitude for the assistance that the CTC staff provided to NCTC staff during this development of the Active Transportation Program, Cycle 6 Guidance and Application Development. Nevada County was fortunate enough to receive funding recommendation for 2 projects, one in the statewide component and one in the small urban and rural categories. And I say fortunate because as small rural counties, it has been challenging to secure funding in previous cycles of the Active Transportation Program. These will be the first ATP awarded projects within the city of Grass Valley and the city of Nevada City in Western Nevada County. One area of improvement in our scores this cycle that demonstrates our commitment to these projects was being able to pull together that commitment several years of that congestion mitigation air quality program funding, approximately $5 million, to maximize this project's leveraging criterion. As a small rural county, we do not receive large sums of CMAQ or other formula funding, and this truly demonstrates how we have made these 2 project applications our rural priority in our region. Both projects will truly be transformative to the surrounding communities of our improving safety and mobility of our students, residents, visitors, improving our quality of life and promoting active transportation. In closing, I want to commend your staff on the commitment to assisting local agencies to select the most competitive projects in our region and sharing their knowledge on how to best articulate a project's benefits in our applications. And this was evident by the recommendations of the cycle. Rural counties such as Nevada and many others benefiting from this augmentation funding are poised and ready to enhance active transportation in our communities and to do our part in reducing greenhouse gases. Thank you again so much.
Thank you. Do we have others on the line?
Yes, we do. We have a few attendees with their hands raised at this time. Up next, I'd like to call on Madeline Harris. Actually, Madeline, it appears you've disconnected your audio. If you could take a moment to reconnect your audio, and I will call on you shortly. Up next, we have Dave Spack. Dave, you're free to unmute yourself and make a comment. Dave, you're free to unmute yourself and comment at this time. Okay, Dave, I'll come back to you. Oh, wait, Dave, I see you've unmuted yourself. Can you hear us?
Thanks for the prompt. My name's Dave Schbach from Wallala, California. Chair and members of the commission, thank you so much for accepting public comment. I'm commenting this afternoon in support of staff's recommendation for approval of the 2023 ATP program, and in particular, speaking on behalf of the Mendocino Council of Governments proposal for Wallala Downtown Streetscape Enhancement Projects. My compliments to the Council of Governments and Nephili Barrett and her staff for tenacious support for this project over an extensive period of time, during which Caltrans, and compliments to Caltrans staff, enabled tremendous amount of public input and involvement in the project as it made its way through alternatives analysis. It's great to see that agency staffs are willing to provide opportunities for small communities to participate intimately in project development, particularly as these projects and State Route 1 going through the village will tremendously affect the life of the village and its future forever. This proposal will transform downtown Walla and create a civic space in addition to providing a highly functional intermodal facility that will take good care of pedestrians and cyclists as well as motorists and supporting ongoing economic development and quality of life. So my compliments and thanks for your support for this project.
Thank you, Dave. Next.
Madeline, I see that you are now connected to audio. You are now free to unmute yourself and make your comment.
Great, thank you. This is Madeline Harris from Leadership Council. I'm here with several residents from, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I'm here with several residents from Lavina, and we wanted to support the staff recommendation to give funds for the Lavina mobility study. And so there are a few residents here from Lavina who want to make a comment here with me about why this project is so important.
Are you still there, Madeline? We might have lost her.
While we're waiting for her, Lori, is that project one that is being recommended for funding?
I'm trying to figure out which project that they're talking about.
Okay.
I had a hard time hearing.
It's in Madera.
Oh, Madera County.
Yeah.
Is it being recommended?
Yes, in the small urban and rural component.
Yes, in the small urban and rural component.
Madeline, if you can hear us, since we can't hear you, here's the good news. It looks like your project is being recommended for funding by our professional team.
Madeline, it shows that Madeline is off outline right now, but Madeline, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you at the moment. We will come back to you. Up next, we have Marcella Renzi.
Good afternoon. This is Marcella Renzi from the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, VTA. And I would like to thank Commission staff for their support and the love and care that they have put into this program and their willingness to assist project sponsors throughout the process. This really is the gold standard for a competitive program. We would like to support the staff recommendation and look forward to getting out there with our partners, the County of Santa Clara and the City of San Jose, to deliver this much needed improvement.
Thank you, Marcella. We have other folks online? Thanks.
Yes, we do. Up next, we have Aaron Hoyt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Eager and fellow commissioners. This is Aaron Hoyt, Deputy Executive Director for the Nevada County Transportation Commission, and I'd like to speak today in support on behalf of the staff recommendations, but I really want to focus my attention on commending the staff, CTC staff that is, for their statewide outreach and transparency in the development of the program guidelines earlier this year, and really helping out the small urban and rural agencies of the state understand the application process, really fine-tuning our approach. The regional branch that the staff conducted for the Sierra Nevada foothills of Nevada, Placer, El Dorado, and Sierra were extremely beneficial for our applications. Those efforts that the CTC staff put in really benefited many of the rural agencies who applied this cycle and allowed staff to really see projects virtually that they may have not otherwise been able to get to because of our remote locations in some cases. This cycle of small urban and rural applicants had a success rate of nearly 65%, which is unheard of looking at data from the past 3 cycles. So the effort that your staff put into this is highly, highly beneficial and will make a lot of transformative efforts in these small rural counties. But back home in Nevada County, we were able as staff to focus in on projects that were submitted during cycle 5, find out where we fell short within the various criterion and revise those for cycle 6. We were successful, or luckily enough, we were successful with 2 applications. And that was really due in part to the augmentation. Without those, we may have been at the point where we'd be considering next cycle whether to submit these same applications or get rid of them and look for others to replace them that might be more competitive. So we continue to urge you to look for additional ways to continue to fund this highly successful program. I thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Up next.
Up next, we have Sergio Emmanuel Zarate. Sergio, you're free to unmute yourself and make a comment.
Hi, yes. So I'm just calling in from the office of Senator Laird. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here for the meeting, but he just wanted me to let you guys know that he is fully in support for funding the 6 essential projects here in Santa Cruz County. Projects such as the Coastal Rail Trail will not only help alleviate the heavy Highway 1 congestion, but will also, provide, a better quality of life for, Santa Cruz County constituents, such as, anything from UC students to senior citizens. And so he highly recommends that they consider these projects for consideration.
Thank you. Up next.
Thank you. We're actually going to go back to Madeline Harris. Madeline?
Hola, soy la señora Esther Cuevas y quisiéramos, soy residente de La Vina y quisiéramos saber si nos podrían poner banquetas que son para la gente incapacitada, que viene siendo también luces en las calles. Y tenemos muchas necesidades aquí en La Vina y queríamos saber si nos podrían ayudar a ponerlas esas.
Great. So we heard from Esther Vargas from La Vina. She says it's very important for their community to have sidewalks, especially for folks who are disabled, and street lighting, and there are many needs that the community has. And so she wanted to voice support for approval of the staff recommended list of projects, which includes these projects in La Vina. We'll see right now if there's another resident who wants to make a comment. We have another resident who would like to comment here in La Vina. Adelante.
Buenas tardes, soy Rosina Bueno, residente de aquí de la comunidad de La Vina. Y quería decirle las peticiones que queremos todas las personas que residimos aquí, que nos hace falta alumbrado, nos hace falta internet, nos hace falta tantas cosas como la carretera de aquí, las calles que no nos sirven. Y hay muchas necesidades aquí en nuestra comunidad. Por favor, si nos pueden ayudar, se los agradeceríamos mucho. Gracias.
We heard from Rosina Bueno. She's a La Vina resident as well, and she wanted to uplift that in this community, which, by the way, is a severely disadvantaged community. There are many community needs. We all need lighting, we need internet, which is why our internet keeps cutting out today. And there are many things the community needs, including road repairs. And so we would really ask for your help if you could support us with these things. And again, these are comments to support the staff recommended list of projects, including the La Vina mobility study. We'll see if there's anyone else here who'd like to comment. We have one more resident who would like to comment.
Mi nombre es Ascensión Aguayo, tengo más de 30 años viviendo en La Vina y aquí no he mirado que ayuden en muchas cosas, no nos hacen falta que, como digo la señora, las banquetas, porque hay aquí algunos que andan en silla de rueda para que vayan a la tiendita que está cerca y peligran porque no hay ningún pase para peatones ni eso. Entonces, es muy necesario que haya buenas luces también en la calle. Gracias.
We heard from Ascension Aguayo. He is a resident of many years here in Lavina, and he uplifted that we need many things in the community. We need sidewalks, especially for residents. Like there are some residents here today who use wheelchairs. And this is very important for folks who go to the little store nearby in the community, because there isn't currently a safe way to get there, especially for folks in wheelchairs. So this is very necessary for our community. And we also need street lighting in our community as well. Thank you. And that will be all the comments.
Thank you. And if you could be sure and pass along to the residents how much we appreciate their participation.
Thank you.
And I think Commissioner Bradshaw would like to say something.
Right. Okay. It was hard for me to hear some of that, but just want to say that what community were they all calling from? Was it Madera?
Lavina and Madera County.
Okay, because there was a couple things that I heard and some of it I didn't hear, but sounded broad issues about road repair, connectivity, safety in the community, right? So just want to pause for a moment, right, to see if there's anything more to add to that, right? And also to echo Chair Eager, the participation, and for us to have an opportunity to listen to what the experiences are in the community itself. And that organization, I really appreciate bringing people's voices in, but just wanted to pause there, and I just couldn't hear exactly what the community was. So it's Madera? Madera, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next?
Thank you. We do have a few more looking to comment at this time.
Okay.
Up next, we have Supervisor Cindy Chavez.
Good evening or good afternoon. It's almost evening. Thank you very much to the CTC for taking all of our comments, and to the commissioners and the staff for your very, very hard work. I particularly wanted to acknowledge our representative, Mr. Guardino, and am very excited to be here from San Jose, speaking on behalf of the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority for the Bascom Avenue Complete Streets project. For those of you who know San Jose, one of the things you may know is that we've had an incredibly high number of fatal pedestrian, bicyclists, and car crashes in our community. This particular investment, not only does it transcend Campbell, San Jose, and unincorporated Santa Clara County, but in some of our busiest intersections, in particular our healthcare system, the Valley Medical Center, hospital, San Jose City College, and a number of other very, very important areas. So these improvements are going to make it much safer for people to be able to access all kinds of services, not just the school, but libraries and community centers. And I just wanted to say how pleased I am that the staff is recommending it, and really hope to get the support of the board. Thank you.
Yes, would you like to make
Chair
a comment,
Eager,
Vice Chair?
Chair Eager, thank you. And both to Marcella, who called in from Valley Transportation Authority staff, and to Santa Clara County Supervisor Cindy Chavez, who has been a leader on the Valley Transportation Authority Board and Caltrain JPB and Metropolitan Transportation Commission for years. That stretch of road, to our professional staff, I've cycled to work for 20 years. I won't even go on that stretch of road. The challenge is a lot of people have no choice, and they truly take their lives into their own hands when they do. So I'm glad this met your high criteria and scored above that 89 in the evaluation process. We're going to save lives with this project. And again, I just want to thank Marcella and Supervisor Chavez for putting this forward in such a thoughtful way.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have others on the line?
Yes, we do. Up next, we have Nafili Barrett. Nafili, you're free to unmute yourself and make a comment.
All right, thank you. I'm Nafili Barrett, Chair of the Rural Counties Task Force and Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments, and I'm speaking on this item representing both RCTF and MCOG to express support for adoption of the staff recommendations. The RCTF is pleased to see so many rural projects recommended for funding this cycle, including some very rural first-time successes such as those in Modoc and Lassen counties. We also acknowledge that without the funding augmentation, a lot of the projects currently recommended for funding would not have been included. And with this in mind, we encourage the exploration of opportunities to increase funding in the future for later ATP cycles. We'd like to thank CTC staff for their thorough engagement with all stakeholders, including rural agencies throughout all stages of this ATP cycle. We believe that the opportunities provided by staff, such as the virtual site visits, are reflected in the continuous improvements in applications and are an invaluable resource to small agencies with limited staff capacity for developing applications. My own agency, the Mendocino Council of Governments, has a project recommended for funding, the Wallala Downtown Streetscape Project, that will provide walking and biking facilities in a small community with a state highway as Main Street. And thank you to Mr. Schbach for his earlier comments in support of the project. We also applied in the last cycle, and I believe our success this time is due in large part to the debrief and the site visits with staff. So thank you to Lori, Beverly, and Alika, and the rest of staff. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Next.
I see no other virtual attendees looking to comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll go to the comments from folks that we have here in the room. And if you could keep your comments to less than 3 minutes, closer to 2, that would be wonderful. First up is Ivan Garcia.
Ivan Garcia with the Butte County Association of Governments up in Chico. Very important for me to be here in person and thank staff and support staff's recommendations. Just a couple quick things that stood out to me were the cutoff points, 89 statewide and 78 rural. There's a lot of unfunded, really good projects out there. So I just want to encourage us all in this room to continue Commissioner Alvarado's, advocacy for continued and sustained funding for the ATP program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing up Commissioner Alvarado. I know this was near and dear to his heart, so thank you. Next up, we have Maura Twomey from Monterey Bay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Mara Toomey with the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. And first, I want to express AMBAG's appreciation to the Commission and staff for the extensive outreach and engagement conducted in developing the ATP Cycle 6, including the guidelines workshops, the extensive technical assistance, and site visits. It was invaluable. Second, the recommendations include a number of projects in the AMBAG region which are transformational in improving the safety and livability of our communities. These projects are also critical in implementing our sustainable community strategy by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and VMT, improving equitable access to transportation, and improving our multimodal transportation system. And finally, as has been noted, the recommendations also include a number of projects in other rural counties, including the first ATP projects recommended for Lassen and Modoc counties. These projects provide enhanced safety, accessibility, and quality of life in these very small and remote communities, as well as promoting public health and economic prosperity in some of the state's poorest regions. Therefore, AMBAG strongly supports the staff recommendation and urges your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. Next up, we'll have Keith Williams with Robert Tenmore after that.
Madam Chair, can I just say something real quick?
Yes.
Maura, thank you for having the audacity to be part of a project that stretches for 35 miles from Santa Cruz to Monterey County, to audacity to propose it and to come up with such a great program.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, CTC staff, and fellow transportation colleagues. I'm Keith Williams with the Shasta Regional Transportation Agency. Thank you to CTC staff for their hard work on this critical program. CTC staff have put in many long hours keeping the program running like a well-oiled machine. I am also here to support the staff recommendations, especially to fund several projects from small urban and rural areas where resources are often limited. I think the fact that so many small urban and rural projects are recommended for funding is a testament to, one, the successful prioritization of active transportation projects in these areas, and two, the enormous benefit of the augmentation to this program. If there had not been additional funding, only one of the Shasta Region's projects would have been recommended for funding, and it would have passed the scoring threshold by a single point. Thank you for the augmentation that can help reconnect many of our low-income neighborhoods to jobs and community resources while reducing vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. As low-stress active transportation networks grow, we are beginning to see real and meaningful alternatives to vehicular transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Rob Tidmore, here to represent Santa Cruz County as the project manager for Coastal Rail Trail segments 10 and 11. On behalf of the 46,000 residents that live within 1 mile of the project, many of whom are low-income monolingual Spanish speakers who don't have consistent access to a vehicle for daily transportation needs, I'd like to thank the CTC and particularly ATP staff for their recommendations, as well as their accessibility and support leading up to the application process. The virtual site visits and workshops they held in our area were particularly useful and helpful, and I don't know of another competitive program that really does more to support applicants than the ATP program. As you saw reflected in the diversity of letters in your agenda packet, the entire Santa Cruz County community is absolutely thrilled to bring these projects to life after over a decade of planning and public involvement. Our small county would not be able to deliver transformative projects like this without the support of the ATP program and the CTC. We are so appreciative of the staff recommendations. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I think we have Claire from Santa Cruz. Yes, for her audacity.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Claire Galogli. I'm the Transportation Planner for the City of Santa Cruz. Likewise today, here to thank you so much for the staff recommendations before you today. We are one of the jurisdictions that was not successful in Cycle 5, and we did our debrief with Lori and her team. We participated in the grant workshops. We improved our applications based on the feedback we got, based upon the guidelines that were developed, and are so thrilled to be successful in Cycle 6, to continue and tie into the work that Rob was just speaking of, and to be able to deliver almost 7 miles of fully separated bike and pedestrian coastal rail trail in our county. It is going to be truly transformational, generation changing, and I'm so excited to see the continued impact that it's going to have. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not mention how thankful I am to Lori, Beverly, and Alika. We are so lucky to have them and so fortunate with the amount of work that they put in to make sure that this program shines brighter than I think so many of the programs that we have, and I think it's truly due to the work that they put in and the care they bring. So thank you very much. We're heavily in favor of the staff recommendations, and we're so excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Sarkis. I didn't know if I saw. Oh, yes, you are here. Come on down.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair
I
Eager.
loved your active transportation running up to the mic.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
That was well done.
I might be breathing heavy, but
I have that impact on people.
thank you.
Or not. I say or not.
I would like to rescind that. That wasn't out loud, was it?
I didn't hear anything, Chair or Vice Chair Guardino. Hi, my name is Sarkis Kotchak. I'm with the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. So we, along with our Central Coast Coalition partners, would like to express our thanks and gratitude for the staff recommendations, but also for these opportunities, because we I know we represent smaller parts of the state, but there's still parts where people come visit and do need these improvements. So it's a great opportunity for us. I know Lori talked about the Central Coast, but I think the thing for us is that we push our local agencies to not just stop if they don't get awarded in the cycle. And it's due to their help with the debriefs and the site visits, because otherwise they wouldn't apply. And I would actually like to thank Tim Gubbins for his leadership and also recognize that they are the first Caltrans project to get recommended through ATP this cycle, and that's in our county. So thank you, Tim. And so you can tell I can't breathe because I was running so fast because Commissioner Guardino just pushed me so hard. But with that, thank you so much, and thank you for the recommendation.
Yes, thank you. Next, we'll have Guy Preston and then Kenneth Cow.
Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. I'm Guy Preston. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Cruz County Regional Transportation Commission. And there's enough audacity to go around in Santa Cruz. We work as a partnership. My colleagues that came before me, I could not do this without them. We're a small regional agency who purchased a very difficult rail line, and we count on each other to bring together what's needed to make a transformative project of this nature actually come to fruition. We couldn't do so without the help of your staff. I would like to thank your staff. They were engaging, they were inclusive in the development of guidelines so that we could put together the best application possible. I often refer to Santa Cruz as the Republic of Santa Cruz. We weren't always very successful in our applications and our transportation projects. We were thinking about climate change before the state found it to be a priority and before the federal government found it to be a priority. You guys have caught up with us, and we're glad to be a part of it. I'm appreciative of the staff's recommendation. I obviously support it. I'm wearing my bike socks. I bike to work. My community bikes around the county as a whole. You see all people out there. You see a transformation. Our project also is part of our multimodal corridor plan, which is not a requirement of the ATP, but it's very important to note that our other projects that we bring in front of you for your other programs tie into what we're doing on the rail line and what we're doing with our other projects. It's really a way forward in what is needed in terms of extensive planning to transform a region from being car-centric to actually having opportunities for options. Thank you so much. I hope that you support your staff's recommendation.
Great, thank you. Patricia. You're not Patricia.
Oh, no, but you called me. You also had one. Well, you called me after
Oh, I did? Oh, sorry. Yes, Kenneth. I'm sorry, Kenneth. No, you're right. Okay.
LA and
Kenneth and Patricia. Okay.
Well, I know that we wanted to say that we're in support.
Yes. And wanted to. We wanted to be on record to really thank commission staff as well. They've done a tremendous job, and we would both be remiss to not be here in person and thank commission staff, Lori, Alika, and Beverly, as well as Caltrans local assistance staff. They've done tremendous work in preparing for Cycle 6.
And if I could add some thanks, it's for Commissioner Alvarado and the entire commission's leadership, and I know the staff had a lot to do with it too, to getting the $1 billion that made so many projects possible. And I know, that's a one-time funding, but the need is not one time. So I know that you will all be working to pursue a longer-term, greater funding, and just hope that we can help you in that endeavor. And just wanted to share that earlier this week, I had a meeting with Caltrans Local Assistance District 7 staff, and we're preparing a workshop for the cities in LA County and Ventura County to talk to them about what they can be doing now to allocate in July or August, and be ready and really go for it so that you guys will have some great projects to use in your materials about the benefits to help you go out and get that.
Oh, that's great news. Thank you.
Thank you, and
thank you.
thank you, Kenny.
Yes, thank you so much. So do we have anyone else here in the room would like to speak? Okay, yes, Vice Chair Gardino?
Is there anyone else on the line? Okay. Lori, are you looking then for a motion at this point?
That's on the next item.
Oh, okay, good. Great, thank you.
So if we have no other public comment, do we have any? Oh, I don't see you. Oh, yes. I don't see you, but yes. We're
Yes,
gonna,
when the chair closes the hearing.
I'll have to close the public hearing first. Yes.
How great Lori and staff are and the work that they do, but I just wanted to take time to personally thank you. When I first came on the commission, it was one of the things I talked about is what are we doing to make sure that the people that didn't quite get there can get there. And the work you're doing is just tremendous to make sure that the staff that work so hard with these agencies put together something and they don't make it, the disappointment is immense. It's impactful to the communities that they serve. And you're doing the best that you can with the limited resources we have to try to make sure that everybody sort of gets a taste at some point in time. And I really do appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. I know that speaks for all of us, and I think we all hear in our communities and up and down the state, how much people really appreciate the going above and beyond to get them to a place where they're successful. So thank you. Any other comments from commissioners before I close the hearing?
Just like to raise an issue that, we obviously need more money in this program on a sustainable, regular basis, and the $1 billion per year that's in our annual report as a request to legislature should be recognized as the minimum that really would make a difference. And I think one of the ways that we can do better in convincing people about that is to look at how these projects benefit us, not only qualitatively, but also economically. Because if we do these projects right, they're going to result in fewer bicyclists and pedestrians being hit and killed by cars, where they're going to result in lower healthcare costs because people are going to be more active and walking and riding and running. And they're going to increase sales in retail areas where the studies have shown that when you put in a bike lane, you have actually more retail activity in a community. And they're going to be economic benefits from the less degree of traffic congestion as a result of these projects. And all of those, I think, add up to a lot of economic activity and a lot of economic benefits. So I've worked on air quality regulations for decades, and they are always the most cost-effective regulations that the federal government adopts because they save lives, and lives are worth a lot of money. This program saves lives too. So we need to put some dollar figures on that if all possible. I've talked to staff about this, but I also want to talk to the people who came up and testified today who might be able to help figure out how we put dollar figures on the return on investment that we get from investing in active transportation projects. And then when we go out to convince people to give us that money, that we have those dollar figures to put to it. So thank you for staff for being open to that idea. Yeah. And if you need my help, let me know. I'll try to help figure it out too, because it's not going to be easy to quantify, but I think we can quantify it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez.
Madam Chair, I might as well just comment on this item.
Okay, go ahead.
This adoption, and then, just move forward. One, just wanted to thank staff and thank everyone for the testimony. Excuse me for the cough. But I also wanted just to highlight what Commissioner Rocco said, is that you have so many entities that are seeking these dollars, but what's more important is to understand the sensitivity of these communities and the staff's willingness not only to go on these site visits, but also to debrief and ensuring that they do get a second chance. Second chances matter. Second chances changes people's lives. The possibilities of these programs and changing these people's lives matter in these communities. And it's very heartwarming for me as I work with homelessness to see the Skid Row project. That, when we talk about equity, most folks, especially who are unhoused, don't have a voice. And to see that a city and this commission and this staff to be able to recommend a project like this is going to change those people's lives, because they do walk and they do ride their bicycles, and sometimes we don't pay attention to that specific group of folks. It's not just about being communities of color, but they also have different issues that sometimes we don't take into account. And so it's very heartwarming today to see that we're approving projects like that one on Skid Row that's going to change people's lives. And with that, thank you so very much.
Well said.
Thank you, and obviously, we're going to continue to fight the good fight, and continue to look for more and more money for projects like that we know are out there and need to be funded. Any other comments from commissioners before I close?
I'll wait. Yeah.
Before I close the hearing? This is a speak now or forever hold your peace. If anybody here in the room has anything else? All right, then thank you, Lori. I will close the hearing now, and we will move to item number 18.
Thank you. And Chair, I just wanted to point out that the project profiles that are the handouts, there's some out there too. And I don't want anyone to think that those are our favorites or anything. And we tried to just do a sample, but if anybody wants those project profiles, Alika's really got it down on how to do those. So if anybody needs that, we're happy to put those together for anyone.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Commissioners, item 18 is an action item to adopt the 2023 Active Transportation Program of Projects for the statewide and small urban and rural components. Staff recommends adopting the 2023 Active Transportation Program statewide and small urban and rural components as shown in attachments B and C of this agenda item.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gardino?
Thank you, Chair Eager. With enthusiasm, I'm going to be making the motion on this item, but I want to focus just for a moment on one example. More than a decade ago, when Brian Kelly was Secretary Kelly, we were talking about this program, and he was talking about the potential for transformational projects, and we are seeing that realized. And the motion I'm going to make, I'd like to make in honor of our longtime colleague, commissioner, and friend, and mentor, and role model, Bob Alvarado. Before I do that, though, on the Santa Cruz example, the biggest single ATP grant that we will make if this passes of $67 million, the radio host Paul Harvey used to say, and here's the rest of the story. The rest of that story is a huge thank you to Commissioner Joe Tavallone, because along that part of that route that we're talking about is that rail side of the rail trail. And it was Joe who real time at a commission meeting was able to get the railroad to accept an offer that would be acceptable and affordable and good for the community. And that was almost all jeopardized this year when a ballot measure in Santa Cruz County was put on the ballot that would have taken away the ability to have that rail at some point. And now Mayor-elect Fred Keeley of the city of Santa Cruz, the first elected mayor in the history of Santa Cruz, co-led the effort to beat that back against well-funded proponents to take away rail from ever being in that category. And here we are today, able to move forward with improvements that are not only transformational, as Secretary Kelly envisioned, but that are going to truly make a huge difference in the lives and livelihoods of thousands of people throughout the AMBAG region. So with great humility, I'd like to make the motion in honor of Bob Alvarado.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair.
Second.
Bradshaw, seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Yay. Thank you. Congratulations to all of you. I think at this time, we're going to need to skip over to 22? I think we're going to do 22, yes. So, Bridget.
Commissioners, tab 22 is an informational item. Jackie Bacharach, Executive Director of the South Bay Cities Council of Governments, will provide a presentation on the South Bay Local Travel Network. You may recognize Director Bacharach from the November joint meeting where she provided public comment. With that, I will turn it over to Jackie.
I don't see a clicker.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having me back. I want to talk to you about something that is very different than what you've been hearing, but the same at the same time. Micromobility is really, active transportation is really part of micromobility. And so I'd like to tell you about what we're doing in the South Bay. As Bridget said, I'm Jackie Bacharach, Executive Director of South Bay Cities Council of Governments, and I've brought with me our Research Director, Wally Simbab, who actually created this idea, and we've been working on it with our cities. The local travel network looks like this. It's all kinds of micromobility vehicles, and it's addressing those kinds of ways of getting around that are zero emission and address local trips. I'm trying to figure out, okay. We have 2,000 miles of roadway in the South Bay that are local streets, and we've taken 243 miles of those roadways and designated them as slow-speed streets for micromobility. We're doing it with very, very low-cost street markings and signage. So we're not really heavily asking for a lot of money, but we are asking for micromobility to be an ecosystem that's part of the transportation system. I'm sorry, I keep pushing this and it's not going anywhere. Okay, oops. These are all the different modes that we're talking about. You can buy them today at Best Buy. You can buy them at Costco, and they're available from neighbor electric vehicles all the way down to tricycles. And I went beyond a slide. This is the universe of streets in the South Bay, and to just locate you, the northern area, the top of the map is LAX and the airport. The bottom of the map is the Port of Los Angeles, and we are all the cities in between. You can see all the streets on the left that are the universe of our streets, and on the right, we've designated these streets as local connecting neighborhoods. Now, why did we do this? I have to show you this. Our board and all of our cities just voted on this as the signage for the local travel network. We have a complete unanimous agreement that these signs will go up throughout the South Bay when we have the local travel network implemented. Why did we do this? Because what we're talking about is sustainable, accessible, safe, it's equitable, it provides congestion relief, and it's cost effective. And the reason I say all those things is that when you the next slide gets into those benefits. What we've done is we've identified our trips. Our trips in the South Bay are 3 miles or less, 70% of the trips. So you're talking about a lot of the high-speed rail and everything, but in a person's daily life, they're not going very far. And we want to address those trips. 90% of our trips are less than 10 miles. If we can get them on one of the vehicles that you saw, then they're not in their Cadillac Escalade or they're not in their whatever Ford vehicle, their truck. They're going to the market in something that's zero emissions, safe, and it's actually fun. It's slow speed, so it's going to not have the kind of impact that in a collision, for example, that a larger vehicle would have. They're low price. So it's equitable, people can afford these. And we found out from talking to users of the neighborhood electric vehicles that the secondhand market is half price and they're available. Low maintenance costs and no fueling costs essentially. And it's door-to-door, on-demand service. You got it right in your house. Here we go again. I'm sorry, I can't. Okay. Other benefits. 80% of our streets in the South Bay, 80% of our traffic is on 20% of our streets. If we could leaven out that traffic, we could spread the traffic and we'd have less congestion. And that's what we're trying to do. We feel this is a real congestion reliever. Improving air quality. If we get people out of their gas vehicles for the trip to the market, we don't have that cold start. We have zero emission vehicles, and we've reduced our GHG emissions. So this is a climate strategy for us. It's a public transit strategy because it's first, last mile trips. People can get to the bus or rail line using one of these vehicles. They can either park it there, or if it's a bike or scooter or something, they can fold it up and take it on the transit. At very, very low cost. We're not here today to ask for concrete or anything like that. What we're talking about is signing and designating streets that are safe. And when I say they're safe, it's because we've driven the network ourselves in a bicycle, and when you cross our network, you're doing it at signalized intersections. We've made it a safe network. Level 1 charging, so we're not taxing the grid. And then if you reduce transportation costs, you can increase the ability for somebody to have money for housing. If you reduce the size of the vehicle, you reduce the need for parking. So we feel this is a really good strategy to make housing more affordable as well. And then community benefits. This is access to zero emission, of course. And what we found out when we started talking about this is there are vehicles that are designed for the mobility challenged, that take vehicles, that take people that cannot otherwise have mobility independence. And we can do that in our slow-speed network. I mentioned first, last mile services and safety, and we think it's a strong climate strategy. But I'm here because we are the square peg in the round hole. We are not active transportation. We think it's really important that this kind of micromobility be recognized because we think it's happening around us. Let's make it happen in a way that's safe and has some protection for both the consumer and the other people that are on the road. So what we're looking for is maybe looking at this definition of complete streets. These are complete streets. And then also, we would love to get the DMV to track unlicensed micromobility devices. How many are on the road? Then we can tell how many are not buying cars. So let's make this a vehicle in the state of California that actually takes trips. That the people use to take their trips. And then we want to collect the data. We're very big in our area about collecting data. And then funding. What I'm going to show you is not concrete. What we're trying to do, it's just like active transportation is using Ciclavia. What we need to do is we need to educate people. If we can educate people through ride and drive events, through creating mobility hubs in disadvantaged communities, we can demonstrate to them that this is a low-cost way to get around. I should mention we estimate we have about 280,000 second, third, and fourth vehicles in the South Bay. If we can get everybody to have one fuel vehicle and get rid of their second and third and fourth vehicles, we have the opportunity to really reduce congestion and greenhouse gas emissions. So we also want, we had put in legislation last year, your staff, I mentioned this to your staff, to try to get rebates, not just for electric bikes, which CARB is supposed to be working on, but also for all micromobility vehicles, all those things I showed you. That legislation didn't pass. We'd love to see it pass. We think that's really important. And then also, we'd love to broaden the definition of what is good around housing. If you have a micromobility local travel network, it should also be up there with transit as a way to encourage people not to drive. So those are the things I wanted to mention to you today. Here we go again. I don't know how I'm doing this. I think that's my last slide. And I wanted to, obviously answer any questions. And then I also want to make an offer that if anybody wants to come to the South Bay and ride our local travel network streets, as we implement it, we would love to take you on a tour of what we're talking about. We've done that with our assembly member. He was very excited, and we'd love to. We think we're proselytizing. We think this is something that ought to be on your agenda. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much, and I'll take you up on that next time. Any commissioner have questions or comments?
Yes,
Yes. Commissioner Liu.
When you're down in the South Bay, let me know. That's where I live. So I'm coming with you. I'll bring my e-bike.
You got a deal. Yes.
Jackie, I just don't see a downside to this, right? I mean, you've got every base cover that I can possibly think of, and I love the fact that it's a mobility. It's all about solving the mobility problem. So we need to figure out how to fund this and how to fit that square peg into that round hole, or we need to create a new funding program for micromobility. And I think we also need to take what you've done, the data analysis, the app development, the network mapping, all that stuff, and we need to make it a guidebook for others so they can do it too, because this is, I think, kind of how we're going to save the world on the micro scale. And we'll use the high-speed rail for the large stuff.
Right.
This is how we're going to do it. I used to think it was just e-bikes that were going to save the world, but I think now you've convinced me it's going to be this micromobility, local travel networks that are going to save the world. So let's find a way to do this. And I asked you this earlier. I love the branding. You told me you're willing to make that, not to claim a trademark and allow others to use it. I think that other councils of governments and local governments should be using that branding too, because it's absolutely fantastic.
Thank you very much. We would love, as I said, I'm here proselytizing. This is not our idea that we want to keep in the South Bay. We think it's important for a lot of communities around the state that look just like ours to think about it and use it.
Thank you. Commissioner Falcone?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for coming back, Jackie, at our request, I think, here in Riverside, right, last month. So I want to echo my colleague, Commissioner Liu, that we really do need to look at this as a real serious opportunity to reduce GHG reductions and also to, help communities thrive, because slow things down and if folks can get to places, quicker and not necessarily have to worry about parking. And I mean, I think that's all win-win. I was refreshed to see in your survey that you conducted, and happy to see that 85% over 45 years and older were supportive. And that's really great to know, because honestly, I mean, when you're looking at different modes of transportation, sometimes it's, the advanced ages that, that are a little bit resistant. And so it's good to see that, this population, which is continuing to grow, right, is supporting this. And so we in turn should really look at this seriously. The question I have is there an opportunity, because I know there's certain municipalities that are actually adopting micromobility in their climate action plans. Is this something that South Bay is also, your cities are looking to incorporate in their climate action?
We have sustainability strategy, and our cities have climate action plans. And I actually don't. It's a very interesting question. Our sub-regional climate action plan would cover this, but I don't know if each specific city at this point has it in their climate action plan. I do want to mention, though, the thing you said before, which is that active transportation, which we strongly support, does not address the needs of the senior population. They can't always walk. They can't always take a bike. And we think, tricycles, neighborhood electric vehicles, having these are so much more, serve so many more communities along with active transportation. So we really think that that's why we're seeing in our community events so much support for this kind of a network that would be safe.
Understood. Well, and I only brought that up because especially with scooters, there's been some resistance.
Yeah.
And with e-bikes, there are folks that use active transportation corridors and are having to compete with the electric and motorized e-motorized
Right.
devices. And so, so again, I didn't know if that would skew the receptivity towards micromobility. And so I was glad to see the responses that were mostly supportive. So I look forward to hearing more and the opportunities, especially, with the data gathering. I think I mentioned last month that there's a real opportunity to gather data to really inform where to put these corridors in your network. So looking forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Norton? Yes, I just want to say, Jackie, it was a lot of fun to moderate the panel at Commotion, and I think it was an eye-opener for people who just didn't understand that we don't have streets that are geared towards this already. In other countries, it's like, this makes sense, and we do it all the time. And I appreciate you adding the dimension of motorized wheelchairs and really thinking about the senior and differently abled populations. We were talking earlier about a next cap and trade round, and it seems to me like with the work that you're doing on data and zero emission mobility with motors, that this might be another opportunity for us to differentiate some real good space that is also electric and zero emission. And so I really love that you're always such a data person, because that really helps. And maybe SCAGs go human, but it feels as though this might be another place. We had been advocating when we were originally asking for $1 billion for the active transportation. We had asked for an additional, really it was the first request was $2 billion, and that $500 million was going to be for those e-bike corridors, because things with motors really need additional space. And so let's keep focus on that. How can we create these new carve out ways that we can talk about longer distance motors but slow speed, because you really are identifying a place that we're not covering right now. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes, thanks, Jackie. That's a fantastic report. One of the things I was thinking about as well, that it actually will go to, I think, lowering the cost of housing in some ways, because you're dealing with where you don't need the parking spaces.
Right.
And things like that. So the connectivity there to housing and transportation is really great. On the funding, and this is probably more of maybe a question for you, Mitch, but when you look at the Strategic Growth Council's affordable housing and sustainability communities, like we could maybe have them start to incorporate some of this, I don't know your thoughts on that. And maybe there's, I think it's kind of a revenue possibility too. Thoughts on where we can get resources.
We can certainly have that discussion with them.
Yeah, I think that'd be great, Mitch, and maybe we could engage a little bit on the side on that would be great.
Fantastic.
Yeah, because I think, and I don't know if you're aware, Jackie, or anyone up here is, but is there models of this in other areas that we know about?
I don't know of model.
With consistent revenue coming in, or?
No, I mean, Lincoln has a neighborhood electric vehicle corridor in their city. It's a senior community, Lincoln, California.
Okay.
But we've looked at that. But I don't know of another thing like this.
You're on the cutting edge then. That's good. All right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And we'd love to work with, the staff on this, because we want to make ourselves available to advance this.
Yeah, I'd really like to see us up the revenue into this and expand it. Again, it goes towards the equity issue, in working class perspective here, the cost is
Right.
much less. And again, the housing costs coming down as a result of part of this as well. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you so much, Jackie. That was great.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I look forward to working with you.
You too. So I just want to thank the commissioners here for allowing me to pop around here. We were trying to accommodate folks who wanted to speak, people who couldn't stay the whole time. So we're going to take item 20 now, and that will be our last item of the day. So Hannah, 20.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Item 20 is going to be presented by Ryan Smith. He's the Assistant Chief of the Governor's Office of Emergency Services Law Branch, and he'll be presenting about evacuations and their connection to the transportation system. And before he presents, we'd like to share a brief video prepared by the Nevada County Transportation Commission. The video discusses wildfire evacuation concerns on State Route 49, and we felt like it would be helpful to provide the perspective of what an evacuation scenario might be like. Thank you.
There's no place I would rather be than Nevada County. Having grown up in cities, it's hard to comprehend the risk that's out here. It's really not a matter of if, but when. Every foothills community is one fire away from a Caldor or a Dixie or a Camp Fire.
We have a lot of large canyons and topography that really influences the way that fire goes. It's almost like a blowtorch or a chimney, especially if it's lined up with the last factor, which is the weather.
These types of wind events are extremely serious. Evacuation, as you know, based on the Paradise incident, is extreme.
I sadly got to witness this myself, what was the beginning of the Camp Fire. Within a matter of minutes, we saw first responders heading northbound into town and a solid wave of traffic, just a backed up line, bumper to bumper, heading south.
I'll never get out. I will be on my property because I won't be able to get out. The traffic will be too bad on my egress.
If you tell 10,000 people to leave in a small community which doesn't have a very robust road system, how do you support that many vehicles all at once?
So many of the deaths that happened in Paradise were on the roads. It wasn't inside people's homes. They were trying to evacuate. They were trying to leave. They got trapped. They could not get out because of traffic that was on the roads.
The time will come when people need to evacuate. And when you need to evacuate, you absolutely need that route to be there. Because no matter how much you plan in advance, no matter how much clearing you do around your home, no matter how well packed your go bag is, there's nothing worse than the thought that you might not have a way out.
People will be panicked. It puts them in a situation that people are not used to. It's already an elevated adrenaline level because you're worried about losing your home. You're worried about protecting your family. In the meantime, we're trying to bring in large resources from CAL FIRE and our local government partners. Fire engines, water tenders, bulldozers, emergency crew transports that carry the fire crews. All of those large vehicles have to occupy the same roadway as the people that are trying to get out of the way. And so we're competing with those inches of width of roadway. There's not a lot of width on a lot of the roadways in Nevada County.
We think that once we get to Highway 49, we're going to be safe, it's going to be smooth. But if we have an accident, an issue that blocks that highway, then it blocks all those smaller roads coming in. And that's really where your deaths are going to occur. And we need to do all that we can to prevent that from happening.
The Nevada County Transportation Commission has a great partnership with Caltrans, and we're very thankful for the funding partnership we've had with them. We're also thankful for the support of our state and federal representatives that support our current project and the improvements in this corridor that are so important to the citizens of Nevada County.
We can't hear you, Ryan.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Does that work?
Now we gotcha.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Technology gets the best of us. Madam Chair, Commission, thank you guys, or excuse me, Committee, thank you guys so much for having us on behalf of Director Gil Ducci and Law Chief Don O'Keefe. We appreciate your time to come present before you. Before I get started real quick, Director Tavares, I just wanted to again recognize your folks that received the Medal of Valor, spending multiple decades in law enforcement. I can tell you that is not an award that's handed out. And I just think it speaks to the work that your folks do day in and day out, not just in their regular functions, but in support of first responders and small and major emergencies alike throughout the state. So very great achievement by your folks, and thank you guys. We appreciate the working relationship that we do have with you. One of the things that I've heard several times in this meeting is that saving lives is a priority, and some of these projects will save lives. And I think that hits home really with what we're discussing here today. And when it comes into the realm of evacuations, that falls obviously under the law enforcement aspect and one of the functions that OES prioritizes and pushes. So with that, just as a brief overview, Penal Code 409.5 is what the authority is derived from for evacuations. That basically states on the next slide there that is in relation to law enforcement authority and health officers having authority to close or evacuate an area. And if we could go to the next slide there, we'll discuss obviously some of the recent incidents that we've had in years that are of notable concern, where we dealt with some of the significant evacuations, and I'll touch on specifically in 2017, the Oroville Dam spillway issue that we had, where, you know, in a short amount of time, we're talking about evacuating 188,000 people while simultaneously attempting to bring in, you know, close to 30,000 personnel between the National Guard, local first responders, mutual aid that's coming in, those aspects and the challenges that can face. Again, the Carr Fire in Shasta County, where we did experience 5 civilian fatalities and 3 firefighter fatalities, again with a fast-moving fire, and then the Camp Fire, which I think all of us are very familiar with, where we're talking, you know, over 80 deaths trying to evacuate 50,000 people from the Paradise area. And one of the issues that I think is really important to note on that aspect is at about 6:33 in the morning, that fire, the initial report for that fire came in, and within about 10 minutes, the first engine crew was on scene, and the fire captain indicated that this has the potential to be a significant incident. And by 8 a.m., that fire had ran through Paradise. And so when we look at some of these incidents and we talk about evacuations and in particular to roadway infrastructure, and some of the initiatives with the state, I think that, again, it goes back to that aspect of the priority of life should be number one. And there are a lot of different aspects that we talk about. Are there other ways that we could get people rapidly evacuated from communities, such as mass transit or air bridges, or other instances like that? And in some of these incidents, particularly these fires that are weather driven, we don't have a lot of time. I mean, we are talking sometimes where seconds actually matter. And to get to some of these communities where we talk about, well, if we could send, you know, a significant amount of buses, or if we could, if there's a railway there where we could get people on trains and get them out of there, a lot of the assets needed to do that, the number of buses or other assets that would be needed, it's just not feasible to get, particularly into some of these rural communities. On top of that, when we talk about that aspect of it, moving those assets into those communities, now we're competing with trying to evacuate thousands of people down highways that are, you know, for the most part, 2-lane highways. There's not large shoulders. We're trying to get emergency equipment in to mitigate the fire or other emergency that's occurring. We've got people coming out. Now we're talking about adding other large-scale commercial vehicles to that, and it's frankly just not feasible. When we look at it from from air rescue aspect, that again, to do a significant air rescue lift of more than a couple people is extremely taxing, and what comes with that as well to set up an operation like that is very time consuming. To include, putting the air bosses in place to make sure it's done safely, so we don't have an incident within an incident where we have aircraft that would collide or have near misses and put the public and the rescue crews at risk as well. Next slide, please. So some of these lessons that we've learned from a lot of these incidents is that many of them are chaotic in their initial onset. They're completely unpredictable. They do not go as planned. And one thing that we cannot control is Mother Nature. So we do try to plan for that the best that we can, but obviously no one can accurately 100% predict what Mother Nature will do. And I think that we all know this, is that we do have a lot of great plans in place, particularly in California. I would say that our state is the leader at both the state and local level as far as emergency management and planning, and working with our state and local partners on that. But even the best plans obviously do not always go to plan. So I think that that's important that we recognize that. And again, we've got that factor where we have incidents that take on a life of their own, especially when we're dealing with any incident that involves adverse weather conditions. Sometimes they just become a life of their own, and as we know, that some of these fires can create their own weather systems that are not predictable. And then obviously those lessons learned really do shape how we respond. I think, over the last 5 or 6 years, we've had some pretty significant incidents in the state of California, and we take those and we learn from those, and a lot of that includes some of the shaping that we've done with the evacuation planning and processing to get the state on one sheet of music, for lack of a better term. Next slide, please. So some of the considerations when we do talk about doing evacuations on these emergencies, obviously this is multi-agency coordination, and particularly that's going on with the initial incident command with multiple agencies, and we're working with local agencies, state agencies, Highway Patrol, CAL FIRE, and really looking at what is the best plan to move some of these folks. And we do face a lot of challenges in these rural communities sometimes, particularly with the roadways, where we either have only one artery in and out, or maybe we have a couple, but they're all the same infrastructure where they're small 2-lane, again, and we're challenged with getting resources in and out at the same time. We do look at contraflow options where we can essentially close both sides of the highway at each end and any intersecting points that would cause a problem, and run traffic one way. A typical example of that would be things that you see at sports stadiums when they let out, where two-way traffic now becomes one-way traffic, and they're pushing them out on major arteries. And then one of the big challenges that we do have, and we see this, and sometimes we do have incidents involving emergency vehicles and the motoring public, is when we're trying to manage the ingress and egress of evacuees and emergency response personnel. So you've got a lot of people that are trying to get out very rapidly because it's a very scary situation. You've got a lot of emergency personnel, first responders that are trying to get in as quick as they can to mitigate those emergencies. And obviously that can be very complex, especially again on those roadways in those rural areas where we don't have a lot of space. An example of that, even in areas where we do, downtown LA or some of our downtown metro areas, if you've ever been on the freeway and there's an incident going on and you've seen emergency personnel trying to get through, I mean, even on a freeway where we've got 5 or 6 lanes and a full center divider, that can be challenging at times. So imagine that now in a rural setting where we only have 2 lanes and we don't have shoulders on both sides, and maybe one side of that roadway is a several 100-foot cliff. And then we have a lot of unforeseen circumstances that we deal with, and people say, oh, well, that doesn't happen that often, and I'm here to tell you that Murphy is alive and well, and we constantly have incidents inside of an incident. And if somebody's car can break down, or there's going to be a traffic collision, or somebody gets a flat tire and they're blocking the lane, those things they happen, and they happen frequent on these incidents, especially when you have people that are moving quickly. Adrenaline's high, maybe people are not paying attention, and so there's just a lot of different factors that play into that. And then one of the most important things as well is our access and functional needs populations and our vulnerable populations. We, a lot of the times when we push out an order, we consider that and we have information within our local governments as who does need assistance. And if people can help themselves, we encourage people to help themselves and get out. So that can allow us to get in and assist people that do need assistance with getting out of there. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the planning for the future incidents, it goes into some of our lessons learned as well. We did talk about the contraflow, so I won't hit that again. And again, managing that egress of evacuees and emergency personnel. That's one of our big challenges right now is how do we get people out rapidly in a safe manner and get emergency personnel into the location rapidly in a safe manner. Part of that comes with the evaluation of the roadways and the capacity and the routes that we use for evacuations, and not just the routes that maybe necessarily we prescribe, but what are the routes that the public knows best to get out of there, and that's probably going to be the ones that are traversed most daily. So when we look at that and we talk about infrastructure and roadway infrastructure, those are things that should be going into our planning. And one of the issues that we want to do in that as well in that planning, and that we look at very heavily right now, is on past incidents where we've had things where roadways are completely gone or bridges are washed out. There's no way in or out for these people, and so now we've created isolated islands of people that we can't get into them, they can't get out. So we're also looking at that on the infrastructure side and on the planning of these either existing roadways or new road, new roadways. Next slide, please. So the good news is this, is that I don't think we've ever been in a better position. I mean, we've got excellent people at the local government, excellent people at the state, excellent stakeholders. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of incidents over the last several years that have been catastrophic, but from that, we've learned a lot, and we've been able to position ourselves and our local partners in a position where we can have meaningful change and go forth and have plans that we think will be more effective. And part of that comes with the collaboration between all stakeholders at the state level, at the local level, to include everyone within the transportation department. I mean, that's such a huge factor of what we're working with, to bring all stakeholders together. And we're working that now to create best practices and guidance. So it's not just when the emergencies happen that we're talking about these things, but now we're talking about them long before they happen. How can we build these roadways? How can we build them into the infrastructure of this? So when these things, these major catastrophic incidents hit, we're much better prepared instead of talking about it in the after cycle of it. Next slide, please. So that is not me. Ron Quigley is a much better looking man than me, but that is his contact information. But I am happy to take any questions. I also do realize that I stand between everyone in the doorway, so I don't want to hold anybody up.
Thank you, Ryan. Obviously, this was a very important issue, and we wanted to make sure that we got to it today. Do we have any of our commissioners that have questions or comments? Okay. Thank you. We appreciate that. Anyone else? Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. We have Susan Hope.
Good evening. Yeah, can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes.
Oh, great. Well, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. What a wonderful presentation. I'm Sue Hook, again, Chair of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, as well as a Commissioner for the Nevada County Transportation Commission. This video you saw today was prepared to help to tell the story of why it's critical to make key evacuation improvements in the State Route 49 corridor in Western Nevada County. I really can't emphasize enough the importance of this discussion today with the Governor's Office of Emergency Services regarding evacuation planning and transportation system needs. In our county, 92% of our county residents live within a CAL FIRE high wildfire risk severity zone. So we've already really completed the planning and have identified the needed evacuation improvements. And we've also developed solutions to improve resiliency and evacuation planning through efforts such as the Nevada County Transportation Commission's Ready Nevada County Extreme Climate Event Mobility and Adaptation Plan. Say that 3 times fast. And then our county emergency plans. So what are we going to do next? That's what we really think about. So we ultimately need funding to accelerate these constructions of these critically needed evacuation improvements. Every year, these improvements are delayed, bringing us with significant risk to our community. So today, I really encourage the CTC, CalSTRA, and Caltrans to continue to engage with Cal OES regional agencies such as Nevada County Transportation Commission and the regional county offices of emergency services to best understand the needs of each county and really identify the opportunities for coordinations to fund the needed evacuation improvements in key corridors. I thank you so much for your time, and thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yes, we have a couple others at this time. Up
Okay.
next, we have Mike Woodman.
Chair Eager, fellow commissioners, Mike Woodman, Executive Director of the Nevada County Transportation Commission. Just would like to thank Kelly OES for the presentation today. As we know, with climate change causing more frequent and severe wildfires across California, it's truly critical that CalSTA, Caltrans, and CTC collaborate with regional agencies to identify and prioritize construction of improvements in key evacuation corridors. These evacuation facilities are typically state highways, and many fall within rural regions of our state that have limited resources available to make the necessary improvements. And that's what makes partnership and coordination with the state critically important in order to fund the needed improvements. We welcome future opportunities to continue these discussions and coordinate with the state on ways that we can identify funding and prioritize improvements in these corridors. And just thank you for facilitating this discussion today.
Up next, we have Danielle Hughes.
Good evening. Danielle Hughes with the Tahoe Transportation District. Thank you for having me as part of this important conversation. I want to thank OES for considerations about the transportation system in evacuation. And I hope that we actually continue the discussions around evacuation and transit coordination. As part of the Caldor fire, Tahoe Transportation evacuated and repopulated 485 people with the both during the emergency and after. It was, and especially it had to do with our unhoused populations and those without vehicles. With the policies that are in place in California to rely on public transit and to shift modes of transportation away from the vehicle, it's important to continue those conversations that not only our roads are an aspect of what we need to consider in evacuation, but our transit system. I look forward to continuing this conversation and also looking for those key funding sources to address these situations. Thank you.
Do we have any others?
I see no other public comment at this time.
Do we have any other comments from the commissioners? That's going to be our last item for today, but I did want to, before we close, I did see an article last week in the paper that the last known survivor of the Pearl Harbor attack died last week. And so today being National Pearl Harbor Day, we did want to acknowledge and thank the armed services, the civilians that were there that day, and all of our veterans. So we wanted to acknowledge that today. And then in closing, some of you may know Tony Boren, who is the Executive Director of the Fresno COG. I want to close today in acknowledgement of his son, who passed away suddenly this last week. So if we could adjourn on his behalf, and please keep him and his family in your thoughts and prayers. So thank you, and with that, we will adjourn.